All right. Good morning. Hey, I am doing just fine. Totally didn't drink myself to sleep last night. That totally didn't happen. I swear. I swear. Oh, God. Man, I knew they were gonna get killed, but holy crap. Hey, Rook, what's going on, man? Oh my goodness. Dude, Tipsy, I said it. I said it. Now that I made time to watch a Bruins game, they're gonna get killed. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Guess what we're not doing on Friday? Guess what I'm doing on Friday? After NSF Live, we're going right back in the garage. We're gonna go right back to welding those pipes, dude. Seriously though, we got embarrassed. Pretty bad. It was pretty bad. I really... Sure as that gives your first time watching hockey. Are they always hitting each other with their fists during a match? It happens. Yeah, sometimes. It depends, dude. You really only see more of that during the playoffs. You don't really see that during the regular season. That's what makes playoff hockey so good. You know, so in the third period, the Bruins, I mean, we're going to lose. We're going to lose. So in hockey, you can go punch someone in the face. Like, you can go right up to somebody and just, I mean, as long as they had the puck, you can just hit them. You can pick a fight with somebody. That's totally in the framework of the rules. You're going to get penalized for it, but you can absolutely, you can do it. Sure, why not? But the flip side of that is that just because you can go smack that guy upside the head doesn't mean that you won't pay for it. You'll pay for it because you go in the penalty box, or you could get ejected. Like, it really depends on the context. It's up to the Zebras, right? So, what's your team? The Bruins. We got railed last night. AP 6-1. That's like a soccer match being 6-1. We got our asses handed to us. So, people can fight. You can fight, but you're going in the penalty box, and your team has to play a man down. That's why it's cool. So you can fight, right? But the Bruins, Shrizek, the Bruins losing. Like, going into the third period.
Discovery, go at
Hey, Bradley. 45-month resub. The Bruins going into the third period already knew they were going to lose. They basically gave up. So you might as well get into the other guy's head. Start picking fights with people. Start hitting people. Start punching people. Seriously, that is the meta for a hockey game. That's why I like watching playoff hockey, because you see people get the trash beaten out of them. Now, sometimes it's the other team. Sometimes it's your team. We did not do good. So what you're saying is, like, hockey is a bar brawl on ice skates. If it devolves to into that situation, sure. Hang on. Bree is on the telephone. Hello? Hello? Call me and then just hang up. That's how it be. Oh, okay, JDG, I got you. Shrizek, playoff hockey, amazing. Amazing. One of the best sports around. Hello?
Hey.
You're on the stream. What's up?
I need you to mute me.
Oh. God, you found out your bad luck for your niece's junior softball team. Could only be there for 4 innings. They were down 4-0. My mom texted me at the end of the game that they won 14-4. Yeah, dude, there you go. There you go. Hang on 1 second, dudes. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, that's playoff hockey, dudes. Shrizak, you won't see that much during the regular season, but it does happen. I mean, you know, like, you score a goal, right? You start taunting the other team. Don't be surprised if you get hit in the face. It's going to happen. That's the reason why I like hockey so much. You know, the other guy's being a jerk? Good. Go hit him in the face. Knock a couple of his teeth out. It's excellent. Yeah. Dude, it is, I'm telling you, hockey is one of the most underrated sports around. It's fantastic. I mean, AP, you really don't want it to devolve into that, but it could. Sometimes that happens. I mean, have you guys ever seen Happy Gilmore? Happy Gilmore, in his movie, his favorite player is Terry O'Reilly. Terry O'Reilly was on the Bruins. The Bruins in the 70s were notorious for, you know, if they started losing, they just started picking fights with people. And one time they were playing the Rangers. Terry O'Reilly jumped into the stands and started beating the snot out of a fan to send a message. It was awesome. Stick, glove, shirt, baby. There. Check this out. It's old. It's, you know, 40p, but watch. He's going to start fighting, right? No, they're trying to send a message. Right? So there's a big brawl. Look. Yeah! Go! Get him! The fan, like, threw something at him, and he got pissed, and he went and started kicking the... And look, you got to watch your team's back, dude. That's how you do it. So the whole team goes into the stands and starts kicking the out of the fans. It's freaking awesome. Look at him. Look at him. Get up there. Terry O'Reilly beat a guy up with his own shoe. It's awesome. And look, the whole team went into the stands with him. The whole team. Now, don't get me wrong. Hockey nowadays is not as violent as that. 70s and 80s hockey was nuts. Like, nuts. The cops? Bro, that was in New York. You think 1979 NYPD is going to care about that? They were just like, you taunted the other team. You got hit in the face. You got beat up by the other team because you taunted him. It's your own friggin' fault. Take accountability for your frickin' actions. Yeah, Broad Street. Hell yeah, dude. The Flyers, man. Flyers like to fight, too. That's why I like Philly. You guys don't take that crap sitting down, dude. And nor should you. Love it. Wasn't Gordie Howe? Gordie Howe was a Red Wing. Red Wings. Anyway, yeah, that's hockey, dude. Sometimes you got to turn it into a street fight. Ideally, you don't want to do that, but because you will get penalized for it. Your team will pay for it. And if it's towards the end of the game, you start picking fights with people, the refs just throw you out of the game. And that's what happened. That's what happened to like half of the Bruins roster. They're just like, get out of here. What? What's wrong? Just get out of here. You know what you're doing. No, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh yeah, that was the Rangers game, Wolfie. The Rangers picked a fight with who was it? Joe Thornton, dude. Legend, man. But yeah, all systems. We got to show more people hockey. Hockey's amazing. Watch the playoffs. Guys, you don't even need to root for the Bruins. Like, nor should you. We hate everybody. Like the Bruins are the team that nobody likes. Except for people from Boston. The Bruins are the team that nobody likes. But watch play, like, you don't even need to watch hockey too much during the regular season. Watch playoff hockey though. It's fun. Real fun. Really fun to watch. You're never gonna get a bad game in the playoffs. The playoffs are grueling, dude. There's like 4 or 5 rounds to get to the Stanley Cup. It's nuts, dude. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, the Rangers Devils. Yeah. 8 people got ejected 8 seconds into the game because the ref went to drop the puck and they all said nah, and they just started fighting each other. Just started brawling right in the middle of the game. It's excellent, dude. Here, let's see if we can find it. Yeah. This is excellent. Watch. So these two teams didn't like each other the last time they had a scrap. This was a little earlier this year. They didn't like each other. They don't like each other. And sometimes that happens. Now watch. So the Bruins are like Chelsea. It's like the Bruins are like Chelsea, but they don't do very well. Watch. The ref's saying, "Hey, look, I know you guys don't like each other. Don't fight. Make it. I want a clean game, right?" And they're like, "Oh, okay." They're like, "Okay." Dude, yeah, get him. 73 was Jonesing. He went right for that dude. Dude, look at this. Dude, this is a brawl on ice skates, man. It's freaking excellent. Just throw the gloves off. Let's go. Dude, and it goes on. The fight just keeps going. Dude. It just keeps going. They just kept beating the snot out of each other, dude. You see hockey players like bloody noses. You see them spitting out teeth on the ice, dude. It's crazy. Hockey's amazing. I'm telling you, best sport ever. Oh, man, is it good. I went to a fight and a hockey game broke out. Yeah, yep. Haven't followed close at all. Thought you had to take the helmet off. No. You don't have to. I mean, nowadays, if you punch... dude, in the 70s, they weren't wearing helmets. In the 70s, it's just this. You don't wear a helmet. Like... if you hit the other guy's helmet off, though, they will give you a penalty. Or if you remove it and hit him in the face, like, you'll get a penalty for that. Oh, yeah, Tessa. I mean, they still tape up nowadays, dude. But yeah, playoff hockey's sweet. It's amazing, dudes. Shameless plug. I love playoff hockey. It's strategic, but sometimes it turns into a brawl, which is awesome. But anyway, we got exhaust to work on, so I was just biding for time while I finished my coffee. I needed to kick that up because I drank too much last. Your boy drank himself to sleep. I did not feel good waking up this morning. I was like, old time to hockey, baby. It was not good. It was not good. Yeah. Anyway, that don't look like coffee. This is coffee. It's got a little more kick in it. That's okay. Yeah, okay. It's okay. Nothing like some welding to wake you up. Yeah, we got work to do. We got work to do. A lot of work to do. I'm not happy with how drink some water. Yeah. Coffee's got water in it. But real quick, did you guys see You guys see these pictures? Take a look. Real quick before we jump in. Tired, but soon to be exhausted. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. Hey, baby. There's some really good welding going on there. Ha ha. There's some really good welding going on here. I know. I've welded for 3 days. I know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Is that an ML? Yep. ML2. It's got some beef to it, man. That thing is strong. I mean, it's got to be strong. It's got to hold up 8 million pounds of rocket. Yep. Yep. Okay, so we're looking at the tower side here for the ML. See the angles? See that gusset right there? Look at that thing. That thing's got some chunk to it. Look at it compared to the person. This thing is big. This is so that the tower would be on this side, and see where those red pipes are? That's the sound suppressor. That's, well, the skeleton of the sound suppressor. Yeah, those pipes, you could crawl around in those. That's for the water that they spray on the pad when the rocket goes. But, I mean, I'll tell you, this is all triangulated and gusseted. The other MLs are not like this. The reason why they're not like this, SLS Block 1B is going to be the heaviest launch vehicle NASA has ever moved. Yeah. This one will not sag. No, absolutely not. Dude, look at the beef. Those beams are a foot wide. Those beams are 30 centimeter. Easily 30 centimeter. That thing's not going nowhere. Those jack stands, though. Yeah. Yep. They're gonna get this thing up on the ML pegs. See the pegs right there? Those pegs are designed to hold it up. It's got some beef to it, dude. That is very chunky. Comparatively to the ones that held up the Saturn V and the shuttle, that's very chunky. That is a very chunky boy. Look at all the little people. Little people, look at it, so small. Look at the little people. So, yeah, they posted those. And I don't hate them. Bro, that's got some freaking beef to it. Beef? Man, how many bolts do you want? Yep. No, seriously, that thing is strong. Very strong. It's a, look at that. It's, what is this? It's not a gusset. It's not a reinforced gusset. It's got a flange plate with all those bolts going through it. That thing's adult erector set. The VAB looks like it needs some paint. You just pressure wash it. It'll be fine. What's wrong with ML1? So ML1 was designed for Ares 1. Ares 1 probably weighs maybe 2 million pounds. Maybe. Now, Drummer, there's a little bit of a problem that NASA didn't take into account when you take a mobile launcher that was designed for a 2 million ton vehicle and put an 8 million ton vehicle on it. Or 8 million pound, not ton. Excuse me. Yeah. The ML1 is bending. It's bending because it was not designed for a rocket that big. It was designed for Ares 1, which is not SLS. What's with those weird notches at the ends? Where are we talking? At the ends? They upgraded it though, right? They braced it. This thing is designed to be able to hold a big boy SLS. This is for Block 1B. And it's, I've been super critical of NASA lately with this, but I'm really, really happy to see these pictures. Why a tracked vehicle instead of a multiple rail setup? Super good question, Journey. Florida. That's why. Swamp. Moving 8 million pounds. You know how long that train would need to be? Here, let me give you an example. So if you were moving it by rail, you would need probably about 4 of that. 4 or 5 of those. You'd need like 8 rails all the way across. A tracked vehicle is easier. Seriously, easier. So that is the Schwer Gustav. That's the dude, that thing is bigger than a battleship gun. 800 millimeter. That's 30-inch shells. I'll say that again. 30-inch shells. Yeah, a battleship. The biggest battleship guns ever, the biggest bag gun ever fielded was from Japan. That was the Yamato. That was 18 inches. Okay. All right. The biggest battleship fielded by the U.S. was the Iowas with 16 inches. That's 406 mil. That's a big gun. Yeah, 18 inches, 460 millimeter. 16 is 406. Look at, if you were going to move an ML by rail, you would need 4 of these. That's the reason why. And it would still probably sink into the ground. Yeah, it's just you're moving. At the end of the day, you're moving basically a skyscraper. The reason why they went with tracks is because it spreads the load. It spreads the load better. You get better load distribution. Why? Tracks have a lot more of a contact patch than rails do. Even with all these wheels, right? Even with all those wheels, you're still the contact patch where the wheel physically touches the rail, where it's dispersing the load. It's maybe about this big. With a track, with one single pedal of a track, it's that big. See what I mean? More surface area with the compression load. If you have more surface area touching the ground, you have a bigger, what's called a contact patch. You'll get better load distribution.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, like I said, if you wanted to move that ML via rail, right? If you wanted to move this via rail, you'd probably need 4 of that. 4 of this. Take the gun part off and put the corner of the mobile launcher on this, and you'd need another one right behind it, and then you'd need another one across. Like here, another good example would be the grasshopper that was used for Buran. These things, the TUA, the transporter erector. Buran doesn't weigh that much. It's not even close comparatively to like SLS or even the shuttle. The reason why is because it doesn't use solids, right? But dude, even then, Russia's using broad gauge, 1500 millimeter rails, which that's pretty crazy. And they still needed 2. You needed 2 broad gauge with concrete ties to move that thing around. That thing's a monster, dude. The grasshopper is a very cool piece of engineering, if I do say so myself. Blue Origin's the Newglands transporter is going to be about that big. Yeah, it's about that big. Maybe a little bit bigger. The rails distribute through the ties, sure, Gob, but you're distributing onto a limestone chunk, which is not good. Clear your throat, man. You're distributing, and this is where, like, if you like rocks, like if you like geology and stuff, this is where industrial geology comes into play here. So like on the Kazakh steppe out there, the bedrock is super close to the ground, to ground level, right? So you can build heavy stuff on it, and you can distribute the load just fine, right? That's not a problem. But even then, look at all the rails. I mean, look at all the wheels on that thing. So, in Florida, you really, really can't do that. Bedrock is way down there, and the water table's really high. So they came up with this ingenious solution. Instead of building like 2,000, like a 20 wide track to move this stupid thing, right? NASA turned to mining equipment. Marion power shovels. So mining equipment needs to be able to move around on potentially unforgiving terrain because it's in a pit mine, right? So that's what the crawler transporter really is. It's a couple of, it's 4 trucks from a gigantic steam shovel that would be part of like a pit mine or something that would mine iron ore or coal or whatever. And they figured out that You know, that thing is designed to work on kind of unprepared surfaces, right? Because you're not going to pave a road for a piece of mining equipment, right? That's weird. So they came up with the idea of using a tracked vehicle, and then even then, still, guys, the crawlerway still needs to be refurbished after every couple of times because they needed to find a way to disperse the kinetic load. So they used the type of a crushable rock to be able to disperse some of that kinetic energy. This is a special type of quartz-based rock called Tennessee River rock. I used to have it around here. I used to have a couple pieces of it. But anyway, this stuff, the rock is actually the absorber. It absorbs the kinetic energy, and that crushes it. And even then, this has to be resurfaced every 4 or 5 times, right? Is Blue Origin going to build an even bigger transporter erector? Yes. Probably. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, but... Oh, yeah, dude. See what I'm talking about? Oh, man. I'm telling you, dude. Yeah, Thomas, I remember when these pictures came out. Look at the size of that thing. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's beautiful. It's freaking beautiful, dude. I don't like that they're moving it on SPMTs. It should be on rails, for old time's sake. KSP recreation when? Blue Flare, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You're making me want to. What's the diameter of this rocket? New Glen's is 7 meter. It's big. About 25 feet across. 7 meter, dude. Blue's just been cooking this up quietly for years, and then they rolled this thing out of their hangar down at Slick 36. Look at that monster. AP, I mean, look at the ute, dude. So that's a half ton. So, like, AP, picture a Ford Ranger. It's bigger than that. That F-150 right there is bigger than a Ford Ranger. Ford Ranger is a quarter-ton truck. That's a half-ton truck. I mean, dude, that's absurd. That is absurd. That is an absurd piece of equipment. What a ute? What is a ute? Oh, drummer, you'd probably call it a lorry. Probably call it a lorry, mate. It's a lorry. A ute, mate. It's a ute, mate. It's not a ute. It's a ute, mate. There's a reason SpaceX is not using TEs for Starship. Yep. When you get past a certain mass, vertical integration just makes sense. This is about, and I mean, I'm kind of hoping that I'll eat my words here, but I've never seen anybody try to integrate a rocket much bigger than this. Or that. New Glen's, believe it or not, is longer than Buran. New Glenn is over here somewhere. It's a big rocket. You get that was a Vinny reference, right? To what is a ute? What is a ute? Oh, I got it. I just decided to use it to give you crap, though. Utes are utes, yeah. Utility vehicle, man. Yeah, AP, I don't know if you guys get an F-150 down there. I don't think you do. Nah. Yeah. You guys do with that. Those things make good brush trucks, dude. You have the Raptor and the Ranger. You know, the Raptor's pretty good. I don't mind that truck too much, but it's not an old truck, dude. It's not this. You want a ute? That's a ute, man. We live in Hiluxes, though. Gotta give respect where respect is due. Hiluxes are great trucks. Very, very well made. I'd love to get an old one, dude. We get an old... Okay, AP, new plan. We get an old Hilux. We find a 1UZ or 1UZ, put the 1UZ with a super transmission in the Hilux. Good plan? Oh, or I mean, bear. If we bear it, I wouldn't mind a bear. That's fine with me, man. We could bear a Hilux. That'd be cool. What I would really love to do is bear the 59, the red truck. Look, old American trucks used to have inline sixes. That was the truck motor in the 50s and the 60s, inline sixes. They're great for towing. It's only right. It's only right, dude. Someone say Barra? Yeah. Rig, we got to put a Barra in the red truck over there. 79 Land Cruiser. Exquisite taste. Yeah. How cool would that 59 be with a Barra in it? You pop the hood. Dude, it would probably piss Americans off. I'm not going to lie to you. They'd probably get really annoyed. Like the old timers would be like, what the heck's that doing in there? It's a Ford engine, man. It's a Ford engine, dude. I don't know what you want. They need to bring back the supercharged V8 Raptor. Yep. When you're super rich, you'll bring one over and we'll chuck it in. Fair. Fair. What transmission you put behind those things? 7.3? If I got my hands on a 7.3, it's going in this thing. I'm not putting a 7.3 in the 59. I want a 7.3 in this thing. A 7.3 with, I don't even think the ZF5 would be able to take that. We'd need a bigger transmission. Barra is in Barracuda? No, Dama. There's a motor that Ford made only in Australia. It's a 4-liter inline 6 dual overhead cam. And they turboed it a lot to. It's called the Barra engine, B-A-R-R-A. 4-liter inline 6. It is a insanely good motor. We're not talking like the inline 6s that we got over here, right? You got a cross-flow head, right? Dual overhead cams, variable valve timing, like fuel injection. So you have port injection on a Barra. Great engine. They should have made it here. It's really annoying that they didn't. Godzilla with ported heads and a good cam? Yeah. Inline 6s are perfectly balanced, yes. It's a perfectly balanced design. That's why 2JZs and 1Js, the Toyota inline 6 can make so much power. You get an inline 6 with a forged crank, which they came with, a lot of them came with that from the factory. You get an inline 6 with a well-machined crankshaft, connecting rods and pistons, and the thing will rev to the end of time. Like, a motor is, guys, you can make more power with a motor if you rev the motor higher. The problem is that revving, you get an engine to 10,000 RPM. Well, one, you have to account for what's called windage. Anyone ever make scrambled eggs? And you whisk the eggs, right? And you scramble it around and it kind of turns into a little egg tornado when you're whisking it. Oil does that at high revs. You got to take into account windage. That's a real big pain in the butt. The oil will start kind of swirling around the crankshaft, and it won't lubricate anything else. That's a big problem for high revving engines. The other part is just moving that much mass that quickly. You're getting to the edges of material science, and that's where your precision machining that's where your precision machining matters. When a motor is screaming at 10,000 RPM. Now, the thing is like with a V8, right? V8s are it's possible you can do it, but V8s are kind of hard to balance right. Because okay, so if you think about the V8, you have 4 pistons on either side, right? Like this, right? When the piston all the way at the front is up, the piston all the way at the back is down, right? Because they're doing this. So when that thing is all the way up, the piston at the the piston at the back right is all the way down. And that will move the motor a little bit. It'll shake it, right? The V8s will vibrate. Unless it's a precision machine, and most of them aren't. Like the other thing, I mean, they are, but you're still going to get a little bit of vibration with it. And I'm not talking like a big vibration. You're not going to see the motor like moving around like in the engine bay. It's just a small vibration. And when you get, if you take a V8 and it's screaming up to 10,000 RPMs, right? Those vibrations get really bad, and that can break things. Like you can hit a resonant frequency on a piston and it'll just shatter. Like the other thing you're going to run into is valve float. So basically the piston is going up and down so ridiculously fast, the valves can't open and close in time. And what it ends up doing is because the piston is moving so fast, when the intake valve opens, the piston goes down, it'll come back up before the intake valve is shut, and it'll blow explosion out the intake, which is not good for it. That's not good for a motor. So, you know, you're running into a lot of mechanical problems when you get a V8 with a long stroke. So like the length, the top dead center to bottom dead center, the length that the piston travels. If you have a V8 with a high stroke, like I'm talking like a pushrod V8, like a, you know, any American motor from like the 50s to the 90s, right? Those things don't like revving very high because it's just a lot of mass to move back and forth. Now, okay, so why do you make a long stroke engine? You make a long stroke engine to make torque. The further that piston goes down, the further what's called the throw on a piston, the more torque you're going to make, but it's harder to move that on the high end. It's harder to make power unless you precision machine everything. So like, well, to go back to what you were talking about with an inline six, right? Obviously there's less things to move, right? Because it's got 6 cylinders instead of 8, right? There's less things to move. But, you know, the V8 front piston, the number 1 cylinder is all the way up, and the number 5 cylinder is all the way down, and it'll rocket back and forth, right? The V8's kind of doing this when it's revving. But once again, you can balance it. It just takes time, right? That's what machine shops are for. And that's what separates like a race car engine from like an engine on the street, right? Now, an inline 6, for instance, you got 6 pistons in line, right? Well, 6 pistons in line. Sorry, thumb doesn't really count, right? So this piston over here and this piston over here are perfectly synchronized. They're moving up and down at the same time. So the number 1 and the number 6 piston are moving in synchronous, right? Simultaneously, the number 2 and the number 5 piston are moving synchronously, right? And then the number 3 and the number 4 piston are also moving synchronously. You get synchronized motion. So the inline 6s don't have as much vibration, right? They don't have as much vibration. And if you take an inline 6, right, low displacement inline 6 with a short stroke, right, so the piston doesn't move very much, right, you're not going to make a lot of torque, but that thing will be able to rev to the end of time because everything is nice and balanced. It's time to wake up. Everything is perfectly balanced on an inline 6. So in Japan in the 90s, their way of overcoming that was to turbocharge them. Well, twin turbocharge them. You have 2 turbos. You have one turbo that's really small that can spool really, really fast. So we're talking about a turbo diameter, very, very tiny. So it'll throttle up quicker. It'll spool. It'll spool faster. And then when that one's reached like full spool, right? It'll start feeding into a second bigger turbo, which will spool as well. So you kind of overcome the turbo. You kind of overcome the low displacement of that inline 6. But since the inline 6 can rev to the end of time, right? You can just rev till wherever the big turbo, right? You got a bigger turbo that can just keep going with it. It'll just do that. It'll keep going. I mean, 2JZs, a turbo 2JZ can make like 1,000 horsepower with factory internals, like just from out of the box. You do some tuning, you put a nice turbo on it, make 1,000 horsepower, no problem. That's why Supers are so sought after, dudes, because of that motor. Mike, yo, you said the EU doesn't have proper trucks. Well, I can prove you wrong. I saw a C10 in a parking garage here a few days ago. Now that's a nice truck. Last, yeah, inline 6. Okay, yeah, you just typed it again. Yeah, inline 6s and V12s are the easiest to get a good balanced engine. Technically, inline 8 or V16 is better, but you need to worry about crank whip with those things. Yep, You lost exhaust pressure at a track once. My little SR struggled to go up a small hill. Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-liter displacement engine. Yeah, you don't make torque. Now the V8 can make torque, but revving a V8 higher is difficult. That's harder to do. It's not impossible. Nothing is impossible, right? Like, you pay enough money, you can make a V8 rev, right? But anyway, yeah, a little bit on engines here. Also, I've been staring at this freaking picture. We can make MLV do this in Kerbal. What do V8s typically rev to? AP, the 351. So I don't have a Clevo in the white truck, in the 97. We don't have a Cleveland. Ford didn't do Clevelands over here. We did Windsors. You guys did Clevelands, but I have a 351 Windsor, which is a little bit different than the Clevo, right? Like, so it's a 5.8 liter. I don't know. It really won't go past 5,000. It really doesn't. It really doesn't like to do that, but it's a truck engine. It's really not designed to. It's designed to make low-end torque because it's moving 3,000 kilograms of truck. That thing is freaking heavy, dude. 3,000 kilos. It's a freaking tank. So that 351 needs to be, it's tuned down. Like, it's designed to make low-end torque, a lot of torque. And you can make torque with this. So this is a 3/4 ton truck. It's like 2 steps up in size above like a Ranger. Yeah, we'll get to exhaust welding. It's like 2 steps up from like a Ford Ranger. This thing, it has 410 gears in the diff, 4.1 to 1, reduction on the diff, and first gear is a 5 to 1. So in first, it's called a crawler gear, right? Or a granny gear. In first gear with this truck, we have a 9 to 1 multiplier on torque. And the thing makes about what is it? I think it's like 300 foot-pounds. Probably not that anymore. It's probably 250 foot-pounds of torque, right? So 250 times 9. I mean, dude, you'll pull a tree stump with this thing. I mean, even with this motor, that motor has 180,000 miles on it, so we need to times that by 1.6. 288,000 Ks on it. Dude, it's a tank. I'm telling you, man. It's just freaking built right. 208. It's almost 290,000 Ks. Is it already, or do you plan on making it 4-wheel drive? This thing, I want to put a Dana 60 in the front. Here, I'll show you real quick, but right before we get into welding that exhaust. Ford Dana 60 front axle. I want to put a Dana 60, Dana 60 with 410s on the front. You can find them. We'd have to do a little bit of modification. And also we need the transmission. But, so what happened last night? The Bruins choked. That's what happened. We got embarrassed and we deserved it. Tip my cap to Florida. The Bruins tried to turn it into a street fight and they said no and we got embarrassed. That's what we need right there. That's a Dana... yeah, that's a Dana 60. Easier said than done. This is the F5, dude. Yeah. We'd have to, we'd have to go try to find an F250 ZF5 for the transfer case. I might just... Sawyer, I might just take, maybe one day I'll go read up on transmissions and we'll rebuild the ZF5 that I have in there. We'll rebuild it with the transfer case tail flange. Nice worst, yeah. Yeah, dude, that's a tank of a freaking axle, dude. Dana 60s are amazing. Really, really nice. I'll sell you a Borg Warner 1356 for cheap. I got one I didn't use. Let me see. an electric shift. Duct tape and super glue will keep the pipe steady. Yeah. Is it a manual or electronic shift, dude? Because I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I just Googled this real quick, and it seems like there's electric ones, and then there's electric ones and there's mechanical ones. I don't want an electric one. I want my 97 to have all mechanical parts, Sawyer. So like, I would prefer. I mean, like, I don't know. I got to do some research. We could put a Dana 60 in the front. That's not the hard part. Getting the transmission right. I don't want any electronic nonsense on my truck. My transmission is not electronic. It's already mechanical. We need a mechanical transfer case to go with it. Yours is a manual shift. How much you want for it? Are you including the turbo encabulator? Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, I gotta find a good Dana 60. That's a project for another day, though. You know, it's for his prepper preparations. You know what, man? I'm not a prepper by any means. Like, you know, I believe in being prepared. Like, you know, not like, oh, the world's gonna end. I just like having toys, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, you don't want an underground bunker underneath your house, like. You know, like, who wouldn't find that cool? Like, that's really cool. Right? Like, you telling me you wouldn't want that? Like, do I think the world's gonna go Fallout? Probably not, but be cool to have. Yeah, go, exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, see, so I'm thinking Dana 60, 410s, and then I haven't, sorry, I'll be honest with you, I haven't really looked too much into the transfer cases, so I'll get back to you on that. But yeah. All right, dudes. Enough talking. We got work to do. I'm just closing out all those pictures of the ML. All right, let's get going. Figure out if you need a 4407 or a 1356, because there's a difference. My truck needed 4407 because it's diesel. I don't know about gas. Yeah, let me do some research and then I'll get back to you. Getting the transmission tail shaft flange is going to be the hard part. That's going to be the part that sucks. Yeah. We'll figure it out. Anyway. All right, dudes. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. Okay. How is it? Do it, Katra, you won't. 5x5, we're good, we're good, 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 not bad, not bad. All right. Excellent. Pretty good, actually. Any chance for a YouTube stream? Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, let me fire it up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Ismic, sorry about that. Yeah, I totally forgot. Sorry, I'm completely all over the place again today. Let me spool it up. Okay. Yeah, actually, you're probably not going to get any audio in here until I turn the mic on. All right, give me 1 second. Let me go to the splash screen, and I'll fire up the YouTube stream for you. Okay. Appreciate it, boss. Switch is blocked on your laptop. Yeah, all good, man. All good. I got you. Sorry, I got to go back to work. I'll be listening, but no chatting. All right, man. I'll be here. Let me bring us to the splash screen real quick so we can get a good title card for the YouTube. Starting it up. Just stand by for AOS on that side. Okay. Do we have an acquisition of signal on the YouTube side? Ismic, go over there and check chat for me. I'm still hungover. What? YouTube chat, verify distance to target. 1 ping only. Loud and clear. Thanks, AP. Oh, thanks, mate. Nice. Nice. All right. Nothing yet. Huh? AP, no worries, mate. Right? Dude, AP, real quick, while we're waiting for Ismic. When I was in Rome, dude, we went on a tour of Pompeii, right? Actually, when we were in Naples, when we were in Italy, right? And there was an old couple from Sydney on the tour, and I was talking with a guy, right? And this is funny as hell, dude. Like, he was talking about what he does. The guy was a control sensor engineer for GE. He's working on mining equipment out in Western Australia. First of all, I blew the guy's mind because I knew where that was. He was like, all right, that's weird. How do you know what that is? And I'm like, So second of all, I started talking about what I was doing, like what I do. Like I talk about, teach people about space flight and stuff. And he goes, hi, mate, have you ever seen a movie called The Dish? I'm like, I have seen a movie called The Dish. It's great. He was like, you know about the tracking station? I'm like, dude, of course I know about the tracking station. So the Dish came up when I was freaking in Italy. It was funny as hell. The guy's like, you know about The Dish, mate? I'm like, yes, I do. Oh, boy. Dude, blew the guy's freaking mind. He was like, how do you know what that is? You ever been to Australia? I'm like, nah, never. Never been there, man. Hey, Borove. All right, dudes. We're going out to the shop. Let's roll. Let's roll. Your claim to fame, man. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. That made me laugh, dude. It was pretty funny. All right. All right, let me just make sure all the cameras are good to go. That's good to go. Underside camera. All right, let's just rifle through. Underside camera is good to go. It's basically where we left off. Front camera, working. Desktop, working. There's all the tips from last night. Where's me? Yeah, whatever. All right, cool. All right, excellent. That's all we have, and you're damn right we bring it up every chance we get. That and when NASA dropped some debris out back. Yeah. It was funny, dude. That guy was like, you know what the dish is, mate? I'm like, yeah. I do. Can't let it go to waste. All right. So, oh yeah, one more thing. The ring. Putting it in the SCE to auxiliary box. Should have replaced it with, yeah, nah, mate. Yeah, nah, mate. Yeah, nah, mate. All right. The ring. You have the ring, and I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Let's see how well you handle it. All right. I put the ring in the box. You can't look in the box, so I don't lose it. Primo will get angry. All right, let's do this. Okay, all the cameras are working, so where did we leave off? Hey, that looks familiar. Yeah, Geek, it's pretty good. Yeah, Geek, yeah. All right, that's where we left off. We were making those bends.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. All right, so this looks pretty dang good. I don't mind it the way that it is. What I do mind is that my muffler is, the muffler should be, like, I want this muffler to be perfectly flat, and it's this way. It's this way because that exit pipe right here is no good. Well, it's not that it's no good. It's okay, but if you look, it's hard to show it on camera, but this pipe over here is going up. This one is perfectly straight. That one's level. This one is tilted up because I didn't weld that end piece on correctly, right? Because I didn't weld the stupid end piece on correctly, it's crooked a little bit. I hammered that thing in there and bent it because I'm an idiot, because I'm still learning on how to do this all correctly. Yeah, the bend that we put in to get our spacing from here to there so we can go in the muffler correctly is all screwed up now. That's all completely fudged. Like if you look, see the crack? There's a huge crack, and we broke the tack right there because that's bent. I'm not gonna, I don't like that. I hate it. I hate it a lot. Could we just weld this up and call it a day? Sure. Sure. We could. Kind of want to. But I can't do that. I can't do it. I really don't want to do that. It's just, I would not forgive myself. I don't want the muffler. The muffler's all crooked. It's a nightmare, dude. It's a freaking nightmare. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it a lot. Yeah, like a lot. So we're going to take all this apart. I'm cutting that out. We're going to cut the end off here. Or not the end. We're not going to cut it off again. I'm just going to, well, I might have to. I don't know. It really depends. And I'm going to re-weld the Y pipe to get that perfectly straight so I don't have a muffler. Like, I don't know if you guys can tell. It's hard to say. It's hard to see it, but the muffler's like this. It's tilted. It's tilted because that's bent. And if that's bent, that's going to come up screwed up, which it did, and now my muffler's crooked. I hate it when my muffler is crooked. And if the muffler's crooked, when we go to put the duals on the back that go up over the axle, if this is crooked, the rest is going to come out super crooked. I'm not about that life. Not about that life. So guess what we're doing? We are taking it all apart because it is no good. It's junk. All right. Like, see, look at how bent that is. It's terrible. Level the binoculars. Yep. Weld the good pipe in place to use it as reference. The good pipe is, I don't need to weld that in place because the output is already good, Rockets. I don't know, man. Yeah, we got to do it right. Let's go. I don't think I want to weld the muffler
dudes, I don't want to weld that. We'll clamp the muffler, but we'll weld everything else. Yeah. The tacks did not do. It's okay. Let's get this out of here like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's no good. It does fit together real nice though. It fits together like a puzzle piece. All right, I'll bring that pipe up front. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll cut the, maybe we'll just make that Y pipe even longer. I don't know. The factory didn't call for a long Y pipe like that. It called for it to be flanged right basically where those two pipes are sticking out. So I kind of want to mimic the factory in some way, shape, or form. But we'll take that. I got to take the Ys out. Can you turn the long angled one to bring that side of the muffler down? Yeah, Contra, I could, but then it would just look terrible. That would be the quick way of doing this. The quick way of doing this would be to do what you just said. Just changing the bends on that elbow. Changing the bends on the elbow, you know, and calling it a day. I'm not sure I'm about that life, dude. I don't want to do that this way, you know? I want to do it right. And that, you know, like I said, sacrifice pride for knowledge. We'll, you know, it's better to learn it to do it right and learn how to do it right so you can half-ass it later. Excuse my language. The plus side is because we don't have four-wheel drive, there's a ton of space here. You just got to get this thing off the studs. There we go. Now I got to get it off me. There we go. Like, it's not that much more effort to do this right, and I want to do it right, dude. But yeah, that would be a good way to do it. I'm just putting the bolts that bolt the Y pipe to the engine, I'm putting those back in. I'm just threading them back on the studs. Okay, the Y pipe is out. Man. All right. We're going to do the right thing and pretend we didn't see that. Ah! See, we got some Vice Grip fans in here. Nice. Nice. Love Derek. Derek's the best, man. We're going to do the right thing and just pretend we didn't see that. No. No, no. You do the right thing and pretend you didn't see it when you're Derek and you're awesome. I'm not awesome. So for us mere mortals, we have to do it correctly. For us mere mortals. I'm just cleaning up a little bit. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it'd be a good idea to hammer that other exhaust flange on. That was kind of stupid of me. Or the exhaust flare. That was yeah, that was not smart. You know, but hey, you learn. You learn. I won't do that again. Don't hammer it on. Take the time, test fit it right. I got lazy and now I'm paying the price for it. The 7/8 wrench is for the O2 sensor. We're going to need that later. Little mini sledge. Put the punch back in where it belongs. Look at me. I'm actually putting the tools away. It's okay. I'll still probably end up losing them. So yeah, this... Are we on the right scene? We are. So this sucker right here, because the pipe was bent, right? Because one of the out pieces is bent, this was up like this, and when I went to put it together, it broke the tacks completely off. Right, you can see where the tack was, and you can see in an ideal scenario it fits together real nice. But yeah, that didn't happen here. The other thing we got to do is we got to clean up those edges. Those edges aren't perfectly straight. And I want them to be because I'm me and we want to get it right. But put that over there, put those elbow bends back. We'll zoom the camera out just a little bit and we are going to get this sucker and put it right there. Do you remember when I put that on? Guys, when we did the Y pipe on Sunday, and I was like, man, look at how straight that is. That's pretty good. I think that's straight enough. It'll be fine. Nope. Yeah, looking at that now, that's like superbly crooked. Yeah, that's all fricked up. It looks fine from the camera angle, but yeah, wow, that's awful. Holy crap. That's really crooked. Speak for yourself. I think you are awesome. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's the more you look at it, the worse it gets. Going the route of welding flanges on makes install easier because then all the welding is bench welding. Yeah. I don't have any exhaust flanges though. That's the problem. So let's take a look. Let's check something. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this. Yeah, all right. We're going to take this and we're going to look at that. Yeah, see, that's pretty level. Now let's level it to that right there. That's also pretty dang level. What about you? We can't because of the clamp. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. No. I mean, for what it's worth, I was doing that. I know there's the flare and everything. You got to take that into account. This is still pitched up just a little bit, but that's okay. This one was pretty damn straight. Oh, geez. Yeah, okay. I got my point across. You're also assuming the Y is level when hanging. Well, Contra, yeah, I know. We don't really know where level completely is in the truck, but those, and I am eyeballing it, I'll admit, these are pretty straight when the Y pipe's in the truck. The part where it needs to go underneath the transmission cross member, this is pretty level to the ground. The other thing is that, just in case anybody was wondering, like, well, how do you know it's level to the truck? It's because I leveled the truck to the ground. This truck usually has a monster rake in it because it's a 4x2. It's only rear wheel drive, but if you look, that's not touching the ground. The front of the truck is up, and I leveled the entire truck before we started this whole endeavor. So, yeah, when the Y pipe is in, this is level to the ground. So when I originally did this, I took that into account. But here, let me take the camera off the tripod here real quick. I'll show you. Look at it from the side. See what I mean? Look at it there. That's no good. Ugh, yeah, that's bad. That's bad. I don't like it. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Someone say Endeavor? Yep. You should just use the Tanya Harding. Well, that's what I did to get it on there, and it didn't like that. Just gizmo it a little bit. What we could do is heat it up. We could heat this thing up with the torch and just get the hammer, but I don't know. The other thing that I noticed is that the exhaust hanger is right here. I didn't make these long enough. Either that or I did, and just the hanger is naturally like bent forward. I don't know. I don't know, Jeff. So yeah, we're gonna need to fix that. We'll figure that out. All right. So I'm gonna get you guys over here. Now, here comes the thinking, the thinker here. What should we do? We could gas this. We just hit it with some flames and then try to bend it. Or we could stop beating around the bush and just do it right. Just thinking about how I want to get this done. I mean, I could section this. We could section it basically in the same exact spot, make it nice and uniform, and go. I still have some bends to do that. We have some of the bends from where we were making these elbow pipes. See? What I could do is cut this and make a duplicate of that piece. Cutting around this part of the exhaust, though, might be a little troublesome. But I wouldn't mind it. It sucks because we're going to have to, I'm actually pretty happy with that weld, but it is what it is. What do you guys think? Chop it wouldn't be a bad idea. Dude, I kind of want to make it nice and uniform instead of that mangled mess that what it looks like right now. Like that, the left one looks terrible. I don't like it. Maybe a silly question. How are you going to ensure it's level if you redo it? Eyeball it? I'm going to level it to the one that says right on it. That way. Yep. I'll level it to the other pipe. So what we'll do is I'll put a level. So we can use, if you guys watched me play Kerbal, I talked about world orientation versus local orientation a lot when moving parts around, right? So I'm going to level it to the local orientation of the right-hand piece. Now, what does that mean? The second solution is more simple. Which one? The one where I'm talking about cutting this and making a new piece? I was leveling it for you guys and I was showing you, right? We'll level it to this. If this is level right now, I know this thing is straight. This goes right to the muffler. We actually lined up that angle pretty dang well, right? This one is totally not. That's way out. That thing is like pointed this way and pointed up, right? So if we level it to this, right? If we level to this thing's local orientation, basically put this in the right spot, make sure the bubble ends up being in the same spot, we're good to go. Now, don't get me wrong, fellas, I just want to explain it in case there's new faces in here, people are coming in trying to figure out what I'm trying to do. Look, if I didn't care about this, I'd probably hit this with a torch and just bend it into position, call it a day. I do care about this. I know that's kind of the meta with people that work on their cars and post it on the internet. You know, don't get it done right, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I get it. I understand that. And in most cases, I very much agree. This case, I don't agree because I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn how to do this. I'm not a welder. I'm trying to get better at it, right? So I would like to learn the right way, you know, and get this done right before we go and do something before, you know, I go and I don't want to say half-ass it, but half-ass it, you know what I mean? And I think this would look a lot sharper if we just sectioned this in the right spot and, you know, made it nice and even. It would look really good. That's what I want to do. You know, we have the tools to do it right. Let's do it right. I get you, but how will it be held in place until you tack it? Oh, I can do what I did before. I used an exhaust clamp. I used an exhaust clamp to actually hold it up. And I reversed the flange on the exhaust clamp, or the clamp piece. So I did something like this. That's a good question, Wei. Yeah, this is how I did it the first time. See what I'm talking about? So you have these, right? And you put it underneath, and then you can get it nice and level. That's how I did it the first time. And that actually worked really well, so I'm just going to keep doing that. We'll do that on the second try. I should have just done that again. Learn the right way. I didn't touch pipe until 6 months into welding school. Start with plate to learn the right way. I don't have plate. I have pipes. All right. So let's, I'm going to start to mark this and figure out where this all needs to be. You know, I'm thinking maybe just weld this all the way back to the muffler. But that we would need a hanger for this, and we would need bracing like that. Okay. Let me see if I have another bend. Yeah. Yeah. We good. I only need one of these, so I'm going to put one back in my box of metal. In the box of metal. All right, now I got to mark this. Where's the, oh, not this again. Where the hell's the Sharpie? Oh, I found it. Okay, it's on my desk. All right, so let's take our time, and this is what I've noticed. This is the biggest thing that I've noticed about doing this. There's no undo button, and because there's no undo button, you really have to make sure your measurements are right. So what I'm going to do, where do we want to cut this? Let's think about it. I cut this one, well, this pipe was cut like somewhere right here, right around here, and I don't want that. That's too close to the O2 bung, right? So maybe we'll cut it a little bit backwards. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get my square, right? And we're going to try to square up to the pipe. No, that's not going to work. Yeah, we could do it this way. I'm going to try to square it up to the pipe, and I'm going to try to find a spot where we can cut it and make this look right. And by square it up to the pipe, what I'm looking to do here is make a line that cuts straight perpendicular to where it is in the bend. So the square can help me line that up. I'm thinking right there is probably the best spot, right? I don't want to be too close to the bung. That's what I was worried about when I did this crap weld. Actually, I kind of want to cut that off and do it again, but it's okay. I learned on this one. That's why it's all boogery and gross, and then I grinded it down to make it look right. All right, so we can section that there. Now, I'm going to give myself a little more slack here than I did before. So I'll cut this one, and this will be an eyeball cut because the reason why is I can't measure it over here. This will be an eyeball cut, but this is the coarse cut. It's not going to be crazy. I just made a mark right there, and I'll section it so I don't have the rest of the elbow, so we can cut this right. All right, so you guys recommended taping that thing off, so that's what I'm going to do. That's more perpendicular. That's good. Once again, coarse cut, not a big deal. I'm going to open up the vise here. I'll move the camera in a moment. I'm going to open up the vise here and just give this a little bit of a cut. I'll get my safety glasses out and we'll hit it with the chops, or the reciprocating saw. I really like the reciprocating saw. It gives you a much cleaner cut than the cutoff wheel. Trying to get my reciprocating saw was underneath the camera. Yeah, this thing gives you a much nicer cut, except when you screw up and bend the blade. Whoops. All right. Let me check chat. Check chat again, and I'm going to go over here and get my safety glasses. See geeks last, okay. Geek, it's not. It's not. See this? You see this right here? That's what it's supposed to look like. Now, that's a Y pipe, and that Y pipe will fit on an automatic transmission. It was $70 though. It's supposed to look like this. See? They're supposed to be symmetrical. Supposed to. The problem is somebody in the past decided to hack this flange plate completely off and weld in 2 MagnaFlow glass packs and put a Bozazuku exhaust on the truck to do plywood burnouts. I'm sure it was symmetrical at one point, dude. I'm sure it was. It ain't symmetrical no more. Hey, Pigeon. Yeah, it was. At one point. It was. So, this pipe, Geek, and I probably should mention this to you guys. This pipe right here, let me get the caliper out, I'll show you. That pipe is 230D, so you can sleeve it, and it makes it easier to weld. So OD, what's OD when it comes to pipe? Outer diameter. So the outer diameter of Ford stock pipes here, actually it's 2.4, see? The outer diameter of the pipes that I'm using, yep, of course that broke. Why wouldn't it? Is 2.5. So cutting this, sleeving it, and then, you know, tacking it in place and then bending it into position before we complete the weld is probably, that's the way I did the first one. That's the way I was leveling the first one. So, yep, the caliper just broke. That's good. Or a piece of the caliper broke because Chinesium, which is nice. All right. So let me, I'm going to get the reciprocating saw out. Guys, I'll just leave the camera on this for a second. I'll get the reciprocating saw out. I'll get my safety glasses, and we'll give it a cut real quick. I'll cut this in a second. All right, I'm just going to section off this pipe here. All right, give me one moment. This is quick. I'm not going to change the camera angles for it, but need a new blade. That blade didn't catch. It didn't catch it right. And it's also bent from where I bent it because I'm an idiot. Give me 1 second, dudes. Got it. Got him. We're just going to keep the reciprocating saw over here by the vise. Yeah, man. Now does that, dude, that thing does a clean cut. Way cleaner. Way cleaner than the cutoff wheel. Like way cleaner. But you could see the blade tried to ride into the tape. And that's why I switched the blade. I'm just giving it a little bit of a bevel on the end of the pipe. I'm curving that edge outward like this. So it basically gives a channel for the weld to pull in. I found that this makes it a lot better, makes it work a lot nicer. You get a nice clean weld. One thing that I'm very, very quickly understanding is that the prep on your surfaces, you know, beveling these parts, cleaning the metal, making sure you get a good contact, super important to making a good weld. It's pretty damn straight. So this piece is going to go right here. I should measure it to this side here. Yep. So yeah, geeks, sectioning this right here, or dudes, everybody, sectioning this right here is not a big deal. We can sleeve over it and then bend, and then, you know, we'll have a little bit of play because of the difference in outer diameter here. We'll have a little bit of play to move it up and down. That's actually how I hammered this freaking piece on. But now we got to zap that thing. Let me, I don't know about getting the reciprocating saw in here like that. I mean, the welding table is the best place to do this, but I got to be careful that I don't gack the reciprocating saw on the right-hand side. I should have just sectioned both of these at the same time, but it's okay. I'm learning, you know, we're learning. Nomad Cake, what's up? Manufacture the pipe, do it on purpose. Reason being, you don't need to flare to be able to push it in the original piping. The inner diameter is the same as the outer of the original. Try it on straight pipe and you'll see it fits perfectly. Headphone warning, my ears. Yeah. Sorry about that. I mean, I don't know. It's a power tool, so I mean, I'm not really quite sure what you were expecting, but all right. Yeah, I'll make sure to headphone warning next time. Yeah, Nomad, we can just get that on there. This should give me enough slack, but I have to cut we have to cut on that line. Let me get the tape and mark it with tape. I like doing that. The tape gives you a nice straight edge. And then I'll get in here with the reciprocating saw and we'll do this right. There we go. So I'm going to cut along that outer edge right there. All right, I'm getting the reciprocating saw. Headphone users. Headphone users. That's what I was worried about. But it's okay. Started the cut, but yeah. See, it gacked the right pipe a little bit, but we didn't puncture it or anything, but might need a new blade after that one. We got a little ways through. Yeah, it didn't like that. It sucks because I really need this cut to not suck. All right, maybe if because I started it, we'll get at it from the other side. I'm going to move you guys back around to the other side. There we go. Almost there. Sorry about that. The mic, the reciprocating saw unplugged the mic. Where's my hacksaw? There it is. I was gonna say I'll just get it. I don't want to. This is a little sketch and I don't like it, and I'm just gonna finish this up with the hacksaw. You know what? Actually, if we just slid it back like this and belted this piece back into place, I probably could get it with the reciprocating saw. I just got to be careful. like it. I don't like that. Saw keeps taking the table. Just give me the damn hacksaw.
We'll do this the old-fashioned way.
You know what's fun? When the blade comes off. That's fun. Man, that thing's kind of hot. Who knew? So I got to retension the blade on this hacksaw. I'm not entirely sure how it came out of tension in the first place. So I'm getting my workout for the day, man, with the hacksaw, but whatever. It's all good, man. There we go. I got you. I got you, Rains. I got you, boy. All right. Almost there.
Who's out of shape? This guy.
We're like 95% of the way there.
9-5, brother.
There's like a millimeter left.
One final effort.
I missed the reciprocating saw. I mean high. That's right. That's right, we did it. We did it, Chad. And now I need a towel. I am sweating my ass off. Is that blade sharp? Yes. It's just a weird angle, dudes. I'm just, yeah, it's just a weird angle, that's all. That's all it is. Oh yeah, swear jar. Yeah, that's right. Frick or something. Hydrating. Hydrating. Yeah. It was a funny angle. It wasn't me, it was the gun. It was all funky. And then I get the burr left by the, that was left from the hacksaw. Okay. Holy crap, dude. Woo! Yeah, see? Good. It's a pretty straight cut, man. Not bad. All right. No. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. That's 250D. That's bull crap. I just measured it. Oh! You really suck. Damn it. Oh. How does this even happen? Have you ever seen those handheld bar saws? Yes. Yeah, that would be, yeah, the bandsaw, yeah. I need a, if this thing has taught me one thing, I need a chop saw and a bandsaw. I'll buy one sooner rather than later. Okay, well, that kind of sucks. It's exactly 250D. This one was not. You dumb guy. Wow. I just measured it and I showed you guys the measurement. I don't understand. That was 2.3 or 2.4. I mean, what I can do, I can cut a little notch in here, and then we could bend it into position to get it to sleeve. But yeah, that sucks. Oh well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Measure twice and cut once. I did measure twice and cut once. The pipe must have changed diameter from where I measured it. Yep. Look. This is where I measured it, Chief. Look, it flares out. Balls. That's all right. It's okay. It's all right, man. I'm not too worried. We got a welder. We can fix anything. As long as we have pipe stock, we'll be fine. I just didn't expect that. Now, if we wanted to line this up, where would this end up? Okay. Yeah, not too bad. If I section this a little bit that way, you know, we're pretty close. Yeah. I mean, even if it's 2.5 to 2.5, that's not that big of a deal. It's just a little bit annoying because I measured it, but this is not mandrel bent pipe. See how it flares? See that little ridge right there where my finger is? And then look at it there. See what I mean? See the ridge? It's elliptical. That's why it's sleeved. Because it was 2.3. Because where they bent this pipe, they actually squeezed it a little bit and it compressed. This part is not, it's not part of a bend, it's straight. That's why it's 2.5. See? That's why it fits perfect. That pipe is circular. It's all right, it's okay. It's like I said, we got a welder. I'm not going to let this stuff, small stuff, bother me. It's not that big of a deal. Could be measured on the other side. What do you mean? I need a towel. I'm sweating my balls off. Okay. So where we can go from here is we can eyeball this. Well, not eyeball it, but get it close. Or I can just cut a seam in here and compress the pipe on it. Could do either one. Huh. More thinking. Squeeze the old pipe back to size. I don't have a pipe compressor like that to squeeze this back into place. If you're talking about the old pipe, yeah. I mean, maybe. Just weld that sucker right back in like that. It's actually almost right. It's pretty close. That's how it was. To get it straight, yeah, we're gonna, I don't know. I mean, it's just, might as well just use the nice one. If I just give it a little cut this way, yeah, we could just lop off a little bit of the top there and get this edge parallel to that edge. That would work. I don't know. Let's you know, I'm gonna watch chat for a second. What do you guys think? I don't know. Like there's a bajillion ways to do it. We're just figuring out what the right one is. Marks, you'd cut off from the new pipe. I have an angle grinder, yes. Cut off from the new? Yeah, I mean, I overcut the new pipe. I purposely left a lot. I left a lot of meat on the bone here. Mercs, hi, by the way. What I'm wondering though is, how do we transfer this line onto this? Like, I have to mark it, and I clearly need to cut there. What would be a good way to do that? You know, like, do I just hold it here, make a mark? Like, what would be the right play? Because that more or less is lined up. I don't want to, I mean, like, I can eyeball it and we can get it close, and then we can make fine adjustments later. Use the old one as a template. Wrap paper over the old pipe and draw a line. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we could use, I mean, old one as a template is not a bad idea, Geek. We can put these next to each other, right? Clock them more or less, and then that should actually give me exactly what I want. Yeah. Good call, man. And I have more of this pipe, so once again, I'm paying to learn. That's how you got to do it. Okay, there's our cut. Yeah, lop that on that line, and then we should just be able to fine fit it from there, right? That should do it. It sucks living so far away, whatever. Yeah, that was to get the angle, dude. I'm gonna leave a little bit more meat on the bone. I'll probably cut it over here. Just yeah, you don't want to overcut. But then again, like I said, I have more of this, and it's not that big of a deal if I cut more. All right, I'm gonna go put this on the vise, and we'll give it a quick haircut. actually. Hold on. I'm going to mark it with tape. There we go. I overlapped the line. Oh, that's gonna suck. The end part of this is really gonna suck to hack that off. I might need the cutoff wheel to do that. All right, well, we'll see. All right, it's in the vise. Let me get my safety glasses. We'll zap that off real quick in the vise. Yeah, skinny edge at the bottom. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Figure he would have bought a chop saw by now. Well, the problem is I keep going into work early. Like that, huh, Geek? Orc 00482. We'll zap it from the top. Give it a quick haircut. Sorry if I'm gonna be standing in the way here, dudes. But, yeah. Problem, I like the reciprocating saw. It gives a nice clean cut. The problem is that it go through blades so freaking fast. I don't know. You guys tell me. Am I doing? Are you supposed to go through blades this quickly, or am I just a goober? I'm just being a goober with this. All right, headphone users. Headphone users. Blades riding. Hold on. And I bent one. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That blade's totally shot. That's a shame. So much for that. I'm pretty sure it's me being a goober, or I don't have a long enough blade to be able to cut this diameter because it keeps catching. The thing is awesome, but I hate it. I got 90% of the way through, and I stopped at the end. Right when I stopped, it got caught, but it's all right. It's okay. We good. See, we're gonna get the hacksaw out again. Good old friend, the hacksaw. Good news is that I cut it pretty straight. Nice. Nice. I'm going to put this in the vise and just get the rest with the hacksaw. Wonder what Derek Barry's doing today. Derek Geary. I wonder what he's up to today. Got it. Yeah, not bad. Not too bad at all. That one ain't straight. We're getting there. The cut on my new pipe is perfect. That cut on the old pipe is not. Yeah, the bandsaw will be quite good, I know. I gotta buy longer blades for that dang reciprocating saw. Either that or I'll go invest in a cheapy bandsaw or something. I'm just picking the burr off. Don't push, let the saw do the work. Well, the problem is when I put the thing in the vise, dude, yeah, I know you gotta let the saw do the work. I took way too many woodworking classes to not know that, right? Like in high school. I know you gotta let the saw do the work. What I'm running into is that I don't wanna clamp the pipe too hard, because if you clamp it, it's gonna bend it and then it's not gonna fit. So that's the real, I just filed my skin, by the way. That's good. You know, I just took a bit of skin off. It's all right, got more. That's the problem I'm really dealing with. I don't want to crush the pipe in the vise. So whenever I try to let the saw do the work, the pipe starts bending in the vise, or it starts slipping out, because you don't want to crush the flare, because then it won't do that. It won't fit. You know what I mean? Yep. We just gotta get a little bit more off. A frickin' belt sander, stationary belt sander would be very useful right now. I'm dripping sweat everywhere. Oh boy. Wood chocks in the vise helps. Yeah. You don't need a longer blade. You need to butt the guard up to the pipe when cutting. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I gotta push. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. When I push the butt up to the pipe, it starts moving in the vise, and I definitely don't want that. So I see it start to move, and I let go, and then the saw catches. I let go of the. I stopped getting the saw to do saw things. But yeah, I'll learn how to do it. I'll learn slowly, because sometimes I'm an idiot. I'm thinking get the grinding wheel and just that a couple of times. I'll put it back in the vise, and I'll get the grinding wheel, and I'll just tee up the grinding wheel to the line and go from there. All right, let's roll. I gotta change the. I got the cutoff wheel on the angle grinder. So where's the key? The key is in the welding cart. I know I'm on the high cam right now, dudes. I'm just swapping everything over. You guys know the drill. I'm taking the dies for the cutoff wheel and the key. It's on the welding cart. I know you guys can't see it. There's no video evidence this time. Sorry. Okay. All right. The grinding wheel is loud as hell. So I bought earplugs because, yeah, it's loud. That one gets super freaking loud. Excuse me. Sorry. All right. I know I did that into the microphone. My bad. Yeah. Got some hearing protection. The grinding wheel makes your ears ring. But I can't hear you. Hello? Yeah, farm, I know. Well, backseat the crap out of me. I don't care, dude. I don't know this stuff. I know the computer, you know? So, backseat the hell out of me. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I want to learn and I want to do it right. I'm sick. I don't like half-assing stuff. It's annoying. So, we'll do it right. We'll get it right. It's no problem. I don't have any pride here, dude. This isn't my area of expertise. You know what I mean? So I got that clamped in the vise. I'm just gonna hit it with the angle grinder or the grinding wheel just to get it right, just to zap off part of the edge. A stationary belt sander would be perfect for that right now, but pipe is tough, really tough. All right. Trial by fire then, man. Let's friggin' go. Let's friggin' go, bud. There. There. All right. So I got the grinding wheel on. I'm going to zap this thing real quick, okay? I'm not worried about bending it too much right here. So just make sure that that's good. Gotta make sure that line is parallel so I understand where. I may have overcooked it a little bit. We'll see. Hi. There's a high point right there. I'm gonna get the grinder and I'm just gonna zip this edge. That side's high. So look, if I put the pipe straight, see how much of a gap is right there? And we're also too far out. If I just zip a little bit off the side there, we should be good. Let me just make sure that's not going to move. Nope, got to go a little bit more. Yeah. It's just the very edge. It's pretty much lined up. I just got a zip right there. Just a little bit more off the edge there. Don't get me wrong. I keep stopping because I don't want to go too crazy. We're not exactly aligned here. Just a little bit more and we should be good. A little bit more. It still wants to, man, what am I doing wrong? Hang on. Yeah, see, if we put it flush, it just wants to bend out. I gotta get at this side a little bit more, dudes. I'm trying not to go too far, too fast. I don't want to zap too much of this off. There we go. There we go. That's getting there. We're still a little bit off. Man, you really have to sit here and make sure this is right. Okay. It was on the wrong camera the whole time, motherfucker. Sorry. I'm focused on the work. Gotta relax. But yeah, so I've been zapping this side a little bit to get it right. It's close. It's close. I don't want to zip too much off. So Guys, what I was thinking might be a good idea is to get some of the scrap pipe. Get a scrap piece of pipe, something I'm not using, just anything, any straight cut, any old straight cut or something. Right. That one's gross. Hold on. This is a piece that we cut off from another pipe. I'm thinking, you know, cut a template, right? Right. Here's what we can do. These pieces of pipe, stick it in there, right? And then get the spacing that we want. Take a scrap piece of metal, zap it, and then this will help us get it right. See what I'm saying? That'll at least hold it in position so I can zap the thing. Understand? We can help it find its home. Stupid pipe, why don't you just go home? Are you too good for your home? Answer me! What do you guys think about that idea? Notable, you actually want a small gap. Yeah, I've been beveling the edges of the pipes to make sure, but yeah, there's a little bit of a gap there. But I'll find a scrap piece of metal and we'll zap these two pieces together with the angles that we want, or the spacing that we want. Yeah, that's what he should have done that's what I should have done in the first place. Yeah, see, these are just spares, and these edges are actually super straight because these were the ends of the pipe. I mean, we're going to need to find a way to index it so it's clocked in the right position, right? But we can do that. I'll just weld something, like weld a stud on there real quick. Word. Sweet. Let me find a scrap piece of metal. I could use the old piece of scrap that we started with from the old exhaust. We can just zap it right there, zap it right there. It's actually pretty close, dudes. Might not need to do that. I might just do what I did before and take the upside down exhaust mount and just cradle it in position. It's pretty damn close, right? So like I had this up against the table, right? Before, and I was using it as a cradle because this thing kind of grabs a little bit. We're close. There's just a little bit of a gap, about 1/8 of an inch gap on the side over here. You know what? That'll do it. As long as we clock it right, it should be fine. The pipe spacer idea is definitely something I will do in the future, though. That's a good idea. All right. So what I'll do is we'll undo this. Then I'm going to move this whole sucker forward. Clamp it back down in position. Get me my upside down exhaust piece. And then we'll just clock this in the right position. I like that. It's a good call. That's way too high. The clamp's too high. You know, if we can just tack this, it's not going to be too bad. The other thing is that if I put this back and just hit it a couple of times with the grinding wheel to get it perfectly straight, we're still a little bit off right here. This one is a little bit this way. It's not perfectly parallel, but it's close. I think I'm going to zap this a little bit more with the grinding wheel just to see if we can get it nice and straight. We can just take like maybe a 1/16 of an inch off of that. It'll get nice and straight and we're good to go. Let me get my safety glasses. Of course my earplugs are got hung up on the mic there. How does a glass pack work? It's just a straight muffler that amplifies the exhaust. Put a tack on the new pipe and then slightly bend it to the angle you want. Yeah, geek, right now I'm just making sure the flanges line up, that's all. I wasn't happy with the gaps that I was getting over here. It was too much. So, I mean, both of these are pretty bad, actually. I should probably take a little bit off right there. Give me 1 second, dude. But yeah, we'll tack it. I'll tack it on the top and then we'll bend it into position. I mean, that's basically what we did with the other one, dude. I don't know if you were here for that. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's money. That's perfect, dude. We get that. Zip it in a little bit on the top. Look at that. That's pretty damn accurate. It's pretty freaking close. sweating my ass off in here. All right. Straight pipe off the Turbski. Old fabrication trick. When you need to remove material, use a Sharpie to indicate how much has to be removed until the Sharpie's gone. Yeah. Well, Geek, I'm just, no, I know, guys, I know. This is me just being weird. Don't mind me. Just trying to make sure. I'm just trying to see, like that would be parallel, but we're way overlapped there, so. Oh my goodness. Dude, we are nowhere near this being aligned. Wow, that's bad. We're nowhere near it. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, it looks good on camera, but honestly, where we need this thing to live is like up here somewhere, and it's not even close. The edges aren't even close, like, and it's not just like putting a tack in the top. The angles are completely wrong. Like if you're looking at it from the side, look at how much, like that's flush more or less. Like that's where it needs to be. And if you're looking at it, there's not like, it's bad. It's bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, the OG pipe's not being the same angle. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was a pain in the butt. But it's okay, dude. I'm like, here, let me show you guys what I'm seeing from the side, right? We want to get this right. Watch right here. That would be parallel. See what I'm talking about? Now we could zip off a lot from this, like, oh boy. God damn it. Oh dear. Yeah, this is me paying the price. It's fine. I'm cool with it. It's okay. I don't like it when I plan something and it doesn't work. But hey, it is what it is, dude. Like, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. I don't get mad. It's not gonna do anything. Yeah, like it's so ridiculously off. And yeah. Like the pipes are like this. Like where they meet up, dudes, is like that. They're like they're not even close to being aligned. I might do my twin pipe idea and then find make this perfectly parallel and then, cut and grind accordingly. Because that sucks. Hear me out, get a pipe bender. Maybe eventually, dude, but it's not really gonna help me right now. you know? That's a solution for future EJ. That's not a solution for current EJ. You know what I mean? All right, well, let's stop moping about it and we'll stop farting around. We'll get it right. Because right now we want this thing to be parallel. That's where it's going to end up. See, there's a huge discrepancy there. Maybe zapping this bitch back in. Yeah, that might be the play, bros. You know? That might be it. Just get it right. Start tacking it and then just lay in the weld. We got a little bit of a gap right there, but I can bridge that. I'm not worried. What I want to do is just, I would like to do my Piperino template Reno. You know, like, yeah, I mean, if we're gonna do this, we might as well do it right. Like, it almost looks like the pipes are different diameters. Well, it was a different diameter when I put the original piece on. That's what really screwed me here. Because when we got this piece on and it's sleeved in. Like, see how the pipe's going into the shiny pipe? It's sleeved on. So I was thinking, you know, like, oh, I'll just cut a little bit more off and we'll sleeve it right on there, and then I'll just get it aligned. Like, you know, because it's sleeved, you can just move this around, and then because we get some overlap, just tack it in place and you're good to go. But no. It doesn't want to do that. Why would it want to do that? That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Bridging that gap's going to suck. Okay, two options from here. Zap the last bit of this off. Cut another one of these pieces, get it right. Wouldn't be against doing that. Basically, cut it right down to where it was before. Tack two of these suckers together with the right spacing, right? Tack them both together with the right spacing that we need. Right? Like that or something. And then we can use that to fit against the pipe, which I don't have a problem with. I think that might be a good way to do this. That's going to take a lot longer though, but that's okay. Ain't got nothing but time, baby. I ain't got nothing but time, baby. Last. Hear me out. Get new pipe, cherry red, torch, make it fit. No, it won't, Hellfish. It's completely, dude, it's completely misaligned. The angles are completely wrong. Like, look at the difference. Can you see that? Actually, no, they ain't too bad. Yeah, look at it like that. It's actually pretty damn straight, but the problem is it's too low. If it was like that, I think I ground off just a little too much. But it's fine. It's fine. Put this poopy doopy thing back in place. Yeah, see, look at how bent that thing is. No, that's no good. Re-weld the welded bit back on. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking. How do we get this all to be perfectly square? How do we get everything to be perfectly square? That's what I'm thinking. In my mind, fellas, I got to find a way to get everything nice and square. I want everything flat, you know, I want it to look good. How are we going to do that? It's got to be a way. Welding in the truck would be probably the easiest way to get this right. How? Proper tooling. Yeah. Okay. That's, yeah, no, all right, yeah. I'll just think about this myself, man. Like, I know proper tooling's going to do it, but I don't have proper tooling. So, you know, like, I'm not trying to get all pissy again, but that's really not going to help me. I'm thinking. Sorry, I know there's dead air. All right, let me get the tape measure. Center line to center line is 3.5 inches. Okay. So if I take this little bit of metal and we cut it to 3.5 and then tack it in place, that'll get me what I'm looking for. I just need these to be right. I need them to be parallel. That's all. I'm looking at it now. It looks like it's just this pipe actually goes a little bit this way. It goes that way just a little bit. It's not like perfectly straight. It's close enough to where we could bend it into position. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, dudes. We'll I'll zip this piece of metal strap to 3.5, and we'll do the template like this. I don't know if you guys can see. Yeah, you can. We'll do the template and then I'll find a way to be able to clock that right, and we'll go from there. Let me make this piece. I need a jig. I need a jig to get this like perfect. Because see, now, even when I have this, right? If I find a way to hold it up, we can square it to this pipe and then just find a way to raise it and lower it. And that will help me. I might even be able to salvage this and get this correct. We might even be able to do it. Like even then, like I'll be able to tack it and it won't look very good, but no, I mean, nobody's going to see it anyway. But I'm trying not to be like, no one's going to see it. It's going to be fine. I'm trying not to do that. So let me cut this to 3.5 because that's the distance on the Ford pipes. And yeah, we'll go from there. And then we'll use these scrap pipes as our template. That's what I want. So, I'm trying to just get it precise. I'm trying to be able, if you guys watch me play KSP, I'm trying to figure out a way to replicate absolute snap. You know, the absolute snap, it does the precision for you. You know what I mean? So trying to make sure we can replicate that correctly. I mean, there's got to be a way to do it. We'll be able to find a datum somehow. Scene. Oh, what the hell's wrong with me? Sorry, I'm deep in thought. Oh, boy. So what I was saying is I'll cut this strap piece to 3.5 because we're 3.5 across here, right? And then I'll tack 2 pipes in place so we'll be able to clock it, you know? And go from there. That makes it so if I have the position that needs to be in, we could just zap the old one in and get, you know, that gets us our angle pretty damn right, you know. And yeah, we'll just go from there. Let me make this template, okay? So what we'll do, I can use the square. I'm going to go zap this. I'll be right back. All right. I'm getting the reciprocating saw out. I know it's not on the right scene. Just give me 1 second. I just want to take my time and just get this right. Fucking stupid thing. All right, I got the saw out. I'm gonna butt the saw up against it like you guys said. Loud noises. The metal started to move again. Hold on. I really clamped that thing down. Got it. All right. Okay. Perfect at 3.5. Okay, so how do we line this up? That might be the way to do it, yeah. I'm assuming a mod here has Bremo's number for when we witness you cutting off a finger. Yeah. Thanks for the vote of confidence, man. Thanks for the vote of confidence, you jerk off. Why don't you go finish your VOD quest, you freaking jerk, dick, jick. Can't even talk straight. I hate you. All right, let me get the Y pipe out of the way for a second. You jerk, I am Gumby, damn it. I am Gumby. I smoked this cigar. I am Gumby, damn it. I am Gumby. Okay, that's set to 1 1/4 right there. I'm just gonna zap that with the welder. And you guys can't see that. Okay, cool, sweet, great, excellent. Take a look. So 2.5 inch diameter pipe, set that to 1 1/4. Pipe is square. We're using the T-square to get the bar square, and that should be good. Yeah, I'm good with that. You guys good with that? I'm just thinking of safety, you crazy Bruins fan. Yeah, whatever. That's the end of the pipe you wanted to shove in the other pipe. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. This just got a little bit more complicated then, huh? Yeah, because this needs to be down here. That would be the only other way I can think of doing this. Now I just gotta find a way to hold all this together. I don't know about holding that thing in place, but we'll see. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. Yeah, Nora, yeah. Keep your heat on the thick metal. Yeah, that's fair. Give me one sec. You're working with Legos right now, James. Nice. All right. All right, dudes. We're going to problem solve our way out of this. There's no way to check if this is square. It's pretty damn close. All right, welder time. All right, I'm gonna get the welding mask. This wasn't ideally the first thing that I wanted to weld today, but that's okay. All right. Gas is on. Welder's active. Grounding strap is on the welding table. Let me just give this thing a quick zap. So, Farm, you were saying concentrate on the thicker parts of the metal. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm just gonna plan this out. I'm just gonna zap that in there. Let me get my jacket and gloves. Stay. All right, check and chat real quick. Or safety squints. Yeah, this doesn't need to be a crazy weld, guys. I just want to tack it. I just want to get this. This is just going to be a template. This isn't going to hold this thing all together, okay? All right. Safety squints, chat. Ready? There we go. Let's see what we got. That's hot. I didn't get too crazy with it. I don't want to get too crazy with it. Yeah. I just tried to zap it and then I moved over there and zapped another one in. Maybe we should get the rest of these. Just get the rest of it. I don't need this coming apart when I'm measuring something. I'll get the other side of it, dudes. Give me one moment. Okay, ready? Boogery. Oh, boogery. That's boogerific, dudes. but you ain't going anywhere. I'm squaring those edges up. All right, now I'm going to come around here. I'm just going to zap that side in. All right. Any objections? Speak now. Or forever hold your nuts. Clamp something? Oh, yeah. It moved a little bit when I clamped it, Mercs. Give me 1 second. So this is a template that I'm basically going to use to get this right. Should have started with this. So if I set the square to 1 1/4 inch to the outer diameter of this pipe, setting that to 3 1/4 right there, or 3 1/2, of course I hit it. Why wouldn't I? All right. Come on, you bitch. Let's go. There we go. All right, that's square. It's pretty damn square. That's about as square as I'm gonna get. It's L7 weenie square, you know what I'm saying? Maybe not everybody gets that one. I wonder what Tony Angelo's doing today. Okay. Safety squints time.
Ready?
That's good enough. Good enough, dudes. All right. Just check it again. Make sure she didn't move. Oh, yeah. Perfectly square. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, bros. Yeah. Not bad. Yeah, Geek, I triple checked the spacing that time. So we have our cool little spacing bracket that we made. Look at this. It's like Project Binky. It's great. Oh, yeah. We're making binoculars. Look it, we made another binocular. Isn't that cool? Welding is dope, dude. Look at that. It's a little crappy template, but that's like Kraken Tech, man. It's a template. We're gonna make it. It's gonna be right. Hell yeah, man. All right, let's get that freaking Y pipe back up in here. Let's finish this. Biatch. Sing it again, rookie biatch. Dude, this is, I don't know about you guys. This is a freaking try. Like, it's like L and then W and then L and then W. Like, you take the laws. Like, that plan didn't work. Okay, try another one. You know, you take the L, then you get the W, and then you take the L, and you get the W. Over and over and over again, man. It's like prototyping in KSP, man. That's still hot. Trying to bolt this to the table. There we go. There. Score. It's got to go forward a little bit more. I got it. All right. We probably need to go a little bit more further, a little farther. There, a little farther. All right, cool. Hell yeah, dog. Hey, Knight. What's going on, buddy? Speedy themselves is the best one. All right. So now we take this, put that on there. Now we got to find a way to clock this. So what I'll do, we'll get the level. And now we just got to find a way to hold that in place. But see, So I'm level right now, right? That's what I was worried about. That's level and we're more or less square. See that? That's no good. Yeah, that's what I was worried. That's what I was worried about. Okay. Oofta. Oof. It's closer, but oh wow. What the actual funkin' waggles is going on here? How did this end up so bad? Both of them. Wow. That's awful. That's pretty bad, dude. Yipes. Neither of them are square. Yeah, that whole bend around that the O2 bung is not good. Rut row, it is what it is. Make a new part. Roll with this. Roll with this. What are we doing? What do we want to do? I mean, honestly, what are we doing here? Honestly. Oh yeah, that's way off. There we go. I just moved the clamp. Nope, we gotta go up. See? How's that? Now we know We know that that's true level. Oh no. Fudge. Dang it. Well, oh well. That's not a line now, is it? Whew. Woo! You come back to see him perfecting this exhaust. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to do it until it's right. That's how you learn. Repetition. Or, I mean, a better way to say that is if you're a moron like me, you'll, you'll sit here. That's the only way to beat it into my stupid frickin' meathead. That's the only way to do it. Oh boy, that sucks. That really sucks. Wow. Boy, that's bad. What do we do about that? Might have to make a new one. What? Breeze on the thing. All right, I'm looking at the chat. Of course the table's level. Yeah, the table's level, dude. It's level. Right now, the poopy exhaust is a lot closer, but it's still pretty bad. Like, there's no way I'm bridging that. I could try to clock this. We could try to turn it a little bit, get a little bit of an angle. Oof. Oof da. Oof. Yeah. No. Okay. Flex pipe. Flex pipe time. No, we'll do it right. See, what I'm worried about now is I'm not sure I have a pipe that has a bend in the right spot. Like, yeah. Huh. Huh. Huh? Huh. Huh. Thinking. Thinking. Like if I make another one of these and I clock it kind of sideways and then we cut it, it'll bow out a little bit, but that'll get me where I want. These pipes come together right here. They're coming together. So like it's 3.5 right here, and then they kind of bow in, and then we turn. If I made another one of these, we turned it like that. We turned down for see that if we turned it, see how this becomes parallel right there. See what I'm talking about? Shouldn't be too hard. We're getting into a little bit of complicated geometry though, but or I could just tack this and try to bridge it. But if I screw it up, we're not going to have a good day. Yeah, I don't know. Make another piece. That might be in our best bet. I have plenty of spare. Tape template. I'd be worried about blowing through stuff, man, and make it. I mean, I could make a pie cut. That's let me check something. All right, here, take a look. I have a 90 right here, and the 90 starts the bend. This 90-degree starts the bend a lot closer to the flared part than this piece. This was a 180 pipe that I originally made. This 90, here, let me take it out of the... The bend is a lot more in line. See what I mean? The bend's a lot tighter. Distance from here to here, a lot tighter than the other one. Here, let me take the other one off the jig and I'll show you. See what I'm talking about? I'm going to make one off the 90. Making one off the 90 will get us the right angle. Now the real thing here is that if I hook this all back up to my jig, right? How do we measure How do we measure where this needs to be? Huh. All right, I'm going back to chat. See you last. Okay. I don't see any lasts that are tagged to me. Where did you get all these pipes? The exhaust kit that I bought for the 59. Hunters, just weld you to the truck. It's the leftover bends from the exhaust kit. I've been making this out of spare parts the entire time, Bree. Yeah, spare parts. Now, all right, how do we get this on there like that? How can we get this piece in place to know where to cut this right? Let me think. Geez, now I know why stuff like Project Binky takes so freaking long. This is a lot of, like, if you're making custom parts, like, I really wish Ford just remade this downpipe. That would have fixed a lot of problems, but they don't. So, you know, when you're making custom stuff, you gotta improvise. Protractor? I have a protractor, Bree. That's not a bad idea. I got a whole slew of measuring tools. Don't you know? Here. Okay. The protractor is actually a good idea. So let's dial this in. Make sure that we're nice and level again. Okay, that's level. Now we got to see if we can level the protractor. And not break my stupid jig. The stupid jig. Super duper Jeep. That's a good idea. I'm trying to make sure the ends of that protractor are flush. We have to, yeah, Hellfish, you already know, we got to do the reciprocal of that. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? The numbers, Mason. Here, easier way to do this might be to just go from the top. Or I could just knock the whole thing over and mess it all up. You know, that works too. Okay, re-level it. Push this all the way in. Re-level. No. That's not, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's going to work. That 90 might not be right, dudes. I'm going to shut the welder off. Sorry, it's been going this whole time. Shut it off. Protractor is a good idea. I just don't know how we're going to... I don't think I have a piece with the right bend. Just an idea. Measure the angle of the old cut pipe sitting on the bench and cut the new pipe. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can do that. I'm measuring from the end of the pipe here. See if we can get the angle right. Yep, that's definitely corroborative with that bend piece. That's definitely not right. Yeah, this is that's too tight of a bend. That's not going to work. The this elbow is not going to work. It's too tight. It's too tight like a tiger. Yes, I can tell from your tight bench. You're very tight. Here, let me get a 180. A 180 bend that we cut. We cut the other end off this. What I made these pieces with that, so. Yeah, that seems to be a little bit more in line with what we're looking for. So this is right. It's the correct piece. It's just Just got to figure out a way to put it all together. We can use this. This elbow will get us the right angle, more or less. No, it won't. Yeah, it's really close, but the problem is it's that this is what happens. This is what happens right here when we do this. We get that. I think I might be getting to the point where I'm overthinking it. Might be. We'll see. Oh. Oh. Hey, yes. What's going on? Hey, Byron. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. Yeah, fish. We might need to cut this sucker up. That's fine. I mean, I could zap this off and make the right bend. It's just, yeah, that's work, but whatever. I mean, I got plenty of scrap pieces. Like, I have this piece right here. You know, maybe this was originally right here. It was originally part of that, you know? Nope. That one ain't gonna work. It all started with not being able to sleeve this piece of snot. This piece of snot. Yeah, Mercs, it's a good time. I'm not, whatever. 1-inch long pipe, grind down both ends till you can tack it in. Yeah, Jesse, that might work. That might be what we have to do, dude. Might need to section off some of these things, but that's okay. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Honestly, this sucker is the closest. That's the closest to being right. We would really have to I'd have to build up bead on either side. That's a tough weld, but we could do it. we could do it. I'm in. Give it a shot. That's the closest one we have. Let me just make sure we're still level. Yep. Still level on my poopy doopy jig. If I bent this down, it'd stress the metal a little bit, but at this point I'm kind of cool with that. I just don't, we might need to put filler in there. Thankfully, I found some on the floor. Oh, that's jank. That's janky. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That's jank. It looks perfect, yeah. It's perfect. It's fine. It's going to be hard to do this without introducing a ton of heat into this pipe. But this might be a, you know, weld it and then grind it job. You know what I'm saying? You guys picking up? You picking up what I'm laying down? This might be, you know, grind this sucker up and then do what you got to do. Oh, that's bad. Rip. You might have to do this pretty soon yourself. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, you might. I have to really bend this thing down to get it to line up. Oh, God. Okay. That's pretty close. Pretty close, dudes. Kind of have to turn that pipe a little bit, but it's pretty close. I'm just wondering if I'm bending the jig doing this. There, that's level. They're still both not getting the angle exactly right. It's close. I gotta find a better way to hold that thing up. Gotta find a better way to do it. I mean, if we weren't worried about leveling it, then this would be super easy. Think. What do we do? How much is a pipe bender? Whoa. Lady, I don't. No. I don't need a pipe bender. I mean, I do, but they're expensive. I'm not looking for a pipe bender, Bree. To be 100% honest with you, what I need is a belt, a stationary belt sander. That's so I can get these edges nice and straight, because that's part of what's screwing me up. Just strap down an angle grinder. The grinder in the vise? Yeah, it's not a bad idea, dudes. I could put the grinder in the vise. That's not too bad. Man, what time is it? It's got to be like 2, 3 o'clock. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, 2:14. The men can get a pipe bender. Yeah, all right, whatever. 2-inch long coupler, yeah. Easy as matching both angles. I've done this a number of times. Yep. Yeah, Mustang, where I'm at, yeah, you're right. Where I'm at is just, so I'm going to talk myself through it here. So if I could get this pipe right here in this position, obviously I can't because the table's in the way, right? If we could get this pipe in this position and I can somehow make it true to this pipe, you know, I'll be able to mark that angle. All right, I got an idea. I talked myself through it. All right, here we go. Let's take all this, move this off to the side. I'm gonna move this down so it's off the edge of the table. Right there. So we can get a good mark. Mark. Right. Okay. All right. So now we can get at the angle here. So now give me my stupid jig and give me this stupid bend. Yeah, if I could just slot this out to the side. Well, at least I have something to square up against here. I'm gonna get the level. Okay. All right. Let me just double check. I think I got that. That was pretty damn close. Is there a way I can clamp this mother? It's just a weird angle. Okay. Just gotta check it again. Use the level. That gets us close. All right. I'm gonna go zip this with the chop saw right there. That was, I purposely marked that like way past where the original file marks are. I'm gonna zap this real quick. Let me tape it. I don't know, dudes. I might be second guessing myself again. Yeah, all right. The angle is right. We can just grind that down All right. I'll give her a cut and we'll see what happens. Seriously though, when you just marked it, it wasn't level. All right. More hands so you can run the Sharpie against the old piece. See, the problem is I think this pipe kind of goes this way a little bit. It doesn't go straight back because it's bent because of that stupid O2 sensor. I don't know though. How did I nail this on the first try over here and then this one ended up sucking so hard? I just don't understand that one. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's way off. It's almost like you got to turn this pipe. See how I'm turning it? If you turn it, it gets more, thing gets more flush. I don't know, dudes. This one's getting pretty damn close. It's just the gap. The gap sucks. Dudes, I might be able to overcome that with the welder now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm gonna zip a little bit off of this, the end of this pipe. There's a high point right here, now from what I can tell. So if I take this, right, and I just clock this just a little bit, right, and then I zap the angle this way, that should, see what I mean? We just turn this a little bit to accommodate, right? Grind off a little bit here. I mean, it's not going to be much. I just got to angle this a little bit to match that. And then, see, the problem is, well, hold on. What about right there? Yeah. You know. Yeah, we just angle this pipe a little bit to match the angle of the original bend. That'll do it. I'm pretty sure I can get that. It's close. It's real close. Real close. Run, fool! Run! How close did you get? Real close. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I can get it. I am confident in my crappy abilities. Grinding wheel. We just gotta, let's get that Sharpie. We'll do what Creation was saying. Get the Sharpie. Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit. Just take a little bit off right there, and I think we're okay. I'm in. Let's do this, mate. Hacker man. I'm in. Hearing protection. Loud noises are coming. Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. You have 10 seconds to comply. Contact. I dug in a little too hard. And all right, let me get my stupid jig back. Oh, dude, we got to take a lot more off of this thing. Well, that's level right there. There's a mondo gap on the backside, but it's maybe a 1/16 of an inch. You know, I take a little bit more off this top here. Take a little bit more off the top. We should be able to get it right here. Loud noises are coming again. Contact. 10 seconds. That was hot. That's hot. There. That's good. How's the gaps look? Oh. I don't know about that, Benny. It looks pretty crappy. Loud noises are coming again. 10 seconds. That was a little less than 10 seconds, my bad. There. We're level. I got it. We're solid. All right. Cool. I just ground this until it was right. Cool. All right. I'm checking back in with you guys. Clean the mill scale off the old pipe before welding. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, what the fuck is the point of doing that? Jesus Christ. All right. All right. I gotta move this forward. I gotta go that way with it. Yeah, just fall on the ground. Ugh. Okay. Nah, we got to go forward more. There. Okay, let me get my crappy jig up and running again. Now, what the actual hell? How is this not? It was just aligned. I just aligned it. All right. All right, we'll bend it. I'm just going to bend it into place. We'll just do it. We'll just do it. It's not going to be pretty. Oh, that's disgusting. All right. Yeah, see, that's where it should be, and I'm just gonna, when I go to tack it, we're just gonna, we'll zap that sucker right in like that. All right, let me grind the edge down, dudes. You're gonna get loud noises here in a second, okay? 10 seconds. We'll grind the other side when I do it. When we weld it. Okay. Safety glasses off. Any objections? I'm just going to bend it into position. If we have to relieve stress on the metal, we'll heat it later. Take a moment and think. Are you confident that the pipe will be aligned? You know the original issue? I think it will be. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's the reason why I've been sitting here for like the past 2 hours. I'm just putting the thinking cap on. So yeah. No. You got to sit here and you got to fiddle with it until it's right. It's cool. This is going to put some stress into the metal, right? But I'm not sure that that's that big of a deal. If anything, the stress will get relieved out of the freaking metal when it'll get relieved out of the metal when the exhaust heats up. You know? Get some heat into this thing. It'll relax it. You gotta, because the metal being bent and then welded into position might stress it a little bit, but. All right. It's time to get the secret weapon out. I've had a secret weapon this entire time. You know what that is? This. Yeah. What's up, baby?
I know you're busy. I just brought you some hot ravioli with that John's.
You brought me some ravioli?
Yeah, with that stuff from John's.
With vodka sauce?
Yeah.
Oh! Why are you awesome?
I was born this way.
Yeah! Oh, hell yeah! Thanks, baby. You're the best. You're awesome.
I tried.
Yeah. Hang on. No, you're not going anywhere. I got to give you a kiss.
Okay.
Mwah. All right. Thanks, babe. Love you.
Love you too.
God damn, she's awesome. God dang, that girl's cool. You bastard. Sorry, I'm just leveling this, dudes. All right, we're level. That might not work. I might just hold it in place. The pipe clamp will, you know, actually, I don't know, dudes. Now I'm second guessing myself again, damn it. Will I be cool if I hold it and zap that into place? Sorry, dumb novice welder question. Just get it right in there. With gloves, yeah? All right. Could you weld a small tab to the inside of the pipe to hold it? I don't think I could get the welder in there, dude. Is the piece you're installing part of the cowbell? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's about as close as it's going to get. Within tolerance to like these back pieces. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I can't replicate that other bend. I don't like it, dudes. It's no good. You could still weld an insert, yeah. If all else fails, you could always Discord link. Yeah, pie cut. You could just tell me pie cut. I know what a pie cut is, dude. I'm just worried with pie cuts that, you know, we're not going to get it right with pie. With the, oh, man. I can't even get one cut straight, let alone many. Part of me is like, I should have just made a whole new Y pipe. We just should have made it over again and then just made our own O2 bung. Part of me wants to do that, but it's all right. man. I don't know. Let me see it with the other piece. I have more confidence in this one than I do with the other one. That's just a huge gap. Oh, let me adjust my level again. Yeah, all right. I don't know, dudes. I'm thinking about it too much. I hit that point. I know this point. We've hit this many times in KSP. See last couple, please. I don't know, JDG. Yeah. Yeah, creation. Okay. 4 layers of tape. Yeah, you keep saying something about tape, and I just don't really understand what you're trying to tell me, to be honest with you. Yeah, so, Knotswolf, I'm not trying to be a jackass, but I what you're saying is not good enough for me to really understand. Like, I know it's hard to do stuff through text, dude. It's not registering. I don't really get how tape's going to do anything here. Yeah, it might be time for lunch break, dudes. Yeah, Cray. I don't know, man. We should have just heated up the pipe and bent it into position. That would have been easier. But it's okay. It's okay. This is the learning process, man. I'm not like... yeah, no, I'm thinking about it too much. Yeah, that's all fricked up, dude. I thought we could sleeve it, and you didn't. I screwed up by not taking enough precise enough measurements. you know? Now I took too much out, and yeah, now it's all screwed up. Oh, boy. It's just a weird angle, dude. Just a weird angle. Like, you know, it's just strange. Just a strange one. There you go. Done. We're good. There you go. She's good now. That's fine. Hold on. I got another kooky idea. Zap that off. Zap a little bit of that flange. Weld the flange to the end of this and sleeve it and then call it a day. It'll look terrible, but it'll be lined up. It's not a bad way to do that, I guess. Certified good enough. Yeah, JDD, I don't know, man. My jig's probably not good enough, dude. Don't worry about it. We shouldn't load the jig up. You're right. That's what you're saying, Falcon? Yeah. It's not exactly going to look good at this point. Yeah, that's what happens when we... I mean, dude, this was... Who knows how Ford made this, dude? Like, I don't know. We could cut a little bit, sleeve it over, weld that onto the end, and... I mean, this already looks like dookie. But everything behind this will look real good, you know? everything behind it will look freaking sweet, dude. I just don't, so Falcon, I don't know if I have enough room for the flanges, you know, or for that flare. It's just this bend isn't enough. It's not enough. If this just bent a little bit more, would be good. But yeah, it's not good enough. It's close, but it's not exact. It's just like a couple millimeters off. Sorry, I have to re-level this. There. See? It's just, yeah, it's just that smidge off. And like, where I'm at, dudes, is like, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to fix that. How are we going to fix that? Like, I don't have a bent pipe that angles like that, you know? I don't have one that's that tight of a bend. I mean, this one might do it. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, they're the same. Yeah, it's the same bend. Wait a minute. I have a flare tool. Yeah, that might work. Flare tool might do it. Hold on. Hold on a second. So bad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about it too much. Might want to go play Fallout, dudes, or talk about space or something. I don't know. Let's sit and chill for a sec. I'm gonna chill if you don't mind. Cutting the bottom with a narrow disc might make it bend more. Yeah. Smart move. You would have sent it. Yeah, Manor Lords. Oh yeah, you guys wanted to see that. That's right. I still gotta get on that. Yeah. if that freaking pipe if I could just compress it just a smidge, it'd be fine. Because this one was so thin. Like, look at the difference in thickness here. Why would you do that way? I don't understand. It's really stupid. Why would that be like that? Oh, fuck. Yeah, Creation, we could heat the other pipe and get it to over it, but I'm sorry, I can't let this go. I don't want to let this go. This is pissing me off. All right, I'm just gonna zap the old piece on. Whatever. We got a gap. We got a nasty gap to overcome here. Nasty gap. But I'll just see if we can zzz across. We set. I don't want to put any stress on the jig. Let me just clock this, see if we can get a better clock. See, we're close over here, so we can tack it, and then I can bridge the gap. It's going to look like crap, but it ain't going to look any crappier than what we have over there. I've decided I want this true. This is the easiest way to do it. I hate it so much. It's so bad. It's so bad. Could he cut out a small sleeve? Yeah, we could sleeve it. That might be, just sleeving over this might be a good idea. In fact, fellas, yeah, let's do that. I should have a spare sleeve around, you know, just this one is at least a little more aligned. If I cut a sleeve, just put the sleeve right there, weld it, call it a day. Weld it and call it a day, bud. Yeah, what's this? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Shut up. The sleeving is a good idea. That's our backup plan. Hold on. That's the piece that I cut out of this. It's making a pie cut on it inadvertently. Ah, no, that's too long. That's the right idea, though. All right, let me find a flared piece, and we'll sleeve it, and we'll call it a day. I know I have a small one around here somewhere. Yep, here we go. Extra sleeve. Perfect. All right. Let's get this all back together, and we'll first of all, let me okay, and then verify that it goes on this end too before we go any further. Yep, okay. We've verified the sleevage. Okay? We have verified sleevage. Not cleavage. That's different. Sleevage. All right. I might just use that whole frickin', just cut the whole sleeve. You like both? Yeah, you know what? Me too, dude. Me too. Oh, yeah, worst. Okay, that's what Oswald was saying. Yeah. Okay, yeah, the tape thing is still kind of failing to go into my thick skull, but it's all right. Where did I put the sleeve piece that I just had? Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm taking this over to the vise. There. There. I'm not, the saw isn't plugged in. Just making sure we can get at it enough. All right, cool. Let me get my safety goggles and we'll cut the sleeve and go from there. Thanks guys for all your help. Sorry, part of the reason why I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to do this. I want to do that. Part of the reason is, yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. I just don't want to, if chat's like, oh, sleeve it. I need to understand it, and sometimes my dumb brain does not do it. It's like, hey, Jay, what's 2 + 2? And I'm like, I'm chicken. Maybe chicken. Yeah. Banana. Okay, loud noises are coming. Ready? Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. It's kind of like pie cuts, right? Oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh jeez, this is bad. Master Payne's meeting with the mayor. Oh, this is bad. Did you hear that? Master Payne, are you sure? Oh, Master Payne. That's a lot of nuts. That'd be $8, baby. You want fries with that? Sleeved. Sleeves, feed, and sneed. Or something. We're going to have to grind the hell out of this. Oh. Yeah, that's going to suck. But hey, whatever. Whatever. Whatever, brah. All right, Creation. See ya, buddy. Sleeve McQueen. Tubes. Tube. Huh. Tube. 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 Just getting something to drink, dudes. Oh, yeah. Exhaust is stored in the sleeves. Yeah. There. That's how that needs to be. That is bad. Wow, that's awful. But it'll work. Yeah, good call, the people that were saying sleeving it. That's a good idea. I was still trying to figure out a way to get it to butt weld, but butt weld. Butts. I'm still like, maybe we should try it the other way. Like, try it with all the clean pieces. Wait a minute, this has burrs on it. Maybe if we get rid of these burrs on the edge of this thing. I know this is not how you should be using this file, but the burr is folded over the edge of the pipe. See? Look. See that? We gotta. Okay. I'm just leveling this. Oh, yeah. I'm just hitting the back of the there. We can get it to work with this. It's might be under a little bit of stress, but yeah, I don't mind that. That's fine. Send it. Easier to weld too. Yeah, what do you guys think? Good? Good? We're gonna have to grind the edge. I gotta grind over here. We gotta grind down this all up in here, and yeah. What the funkin' waggles? It's still crooked as hell, dudes. Whoa. How is this going on? How is that a thing? What the hell? Oh. Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah. This went way too far in. We can't hammer that thing too far in there, or else it's not gonna line up. Even when it was on the jig, it still wasn't good. Yeah, with the shiny piece, the angle is just not. It's just not gonna get there. All right, give me the other piece. I'm out. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Well, I do, but just. We have a better shot of getting it straight, and that's what matters. That was just to see if we could. Now, see, can we, yeah, we can move this around. Everything is free. See, we can move it around without it getting pissed off. See how we have that play right there? That's fine. Okay, fine. Can we still move this? Yep. We can move the sleeve. We can move everything. Excellent. Does it look straight? More importantly. It's getting there. Okay. I'm adjusting the jig a little bit. I'm going to put the jig, or the leveling piece, I'm going to put it on the flange. On the, or not the flange, the flared piece, sorry. You bitch! Sorry. Sorry. My bad. You two-timing schmuck. Can we just give it a little like that? Gotta go forward with it a little bit. Twist that a little bit. That's level. All right. I'm leveling on the flares this time, not on the T. Okay. It's pretty damn parallel, dudes. It's not exact, but it's close. I just got here. I didn't do it. Pizza cake. Yeah. Raviolis, man. All right. See, I should be able to pull the jig out, and yeah. See, that means the part was under stress. That was no good. should be able to pull the jig in and out of this, and it shouldn't be an issue. Because if I can pull the jig in and out, that means there's no stress. Nothing is bent. Everything is sliding and working together. Right? 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 Got to be able to slide the jig out. Like this. Should be able to just pull the binoculars. All right. I'm confident enough that we can get this right. So, see the fact that I can move the sleeve around? We can move that around freely. And then if I hold this, we can pull the jig out. All right, that's good. Parts have room to breathe. All right, what's the next step? Grinding this? We got to expose some of the metal. We got to clean the metal. A lot of that stress will be relieved when you weld, tack it, clean it, and tack it. Got it. I'm getting the grinder out. Cool. All right, let me pull that. Put that over there. Pull this out. Stupid bent pipe. Stupid! Stupid! That's basically where it's going to live. Right there. Good enough. Where's the grinder? Where is the grinder? Oh, it's over there. All right, let me plug it back in. You're going to get loud noises here in a moment. 10 seconds. Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. Okay. Utmians, how did they find me? It's just tough to get in there. I don't want to mess up the O2 bung. Get a Dremel. Got a wire brush. Wire brush will do it. No, it won't. My Dremel is in the house. I don't feel like going and getting it. I'm just putting in some clock marks there, guys, so we can, when we do go to weld it, we know exactly where to set this. Cool. All right, I want to tack this. We can, if I have to grind off more of it, I will. You bitch. You bitch. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's crooked. Sorry guys, I really wish I knew how to do this better, but this is the only way you're going to figure out how to do that. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. I hate it a lot. It's still crooked, man. We're still way out. That's enough with the exhaust clamp. I'm over it. Okay. It's still crooked, guys. We're still crooked. Like, yeah, I might have to hack a little bit more off of this thing. So if I try to get it even this way, dudes, if I try to get it even that way, it wants to sink. It wants to sink down, and then it's not even this way. It's the same thing with this one. It's just not, it's not level. It's still going to come out crooked. I hate this thing. I hate it so much. I hate it so much right now. It's ridiculous. Let me just see something again. See, this is the problem. See what I'm doing? You want to get it aligned. That's the problem. It's the same freaking problem that I'm running into. Even with the damn sleeve. This blows. Well, it does. It's exhaust. So. I just need these to be level. They need to be level and they need to be evenly spaced, or else the muffler is going to be crooked in the exhaust. I don't want the muffler hanging like this, you know? I don't understand why my brain can't figure this out. It's really pissing me off. I know, I'm sorry. Sorry if this is difficult to watch, dude. It's my fault. See, if I want to stretch it to get the angle right, it's going to end up being longer than the other one. See what I mean? It's not, see how this needs to be butted up against that, like that? And it's not. And if I want to get it level, it's just going to be a little bit longer to get the angle right, because we need more room for that bend, because I can't replicate this stupid bend for some reason. Man, this all would have been fine if that pipe was just correct. You stupid pipe. Maybe we'll give it a sleeve and a bend. Sleeve and a bend, the smoke and a pancake. This is just a scrap piece of metal that I had over there. We hacked the heck out of this thing. That's not bad, dudes. That'll work. This bend is, that bend just seems to be right. Don't get me wrong. I'll fix this debauchery on the end. But between the sleeve and that, yeah, yep. Yeah, I like that. The funny thing is that this was originally attached to this. I cut that off right there. That's weird. Because that was originally supposed to be this piece. Remember? Oh, maybe not. Maybe you don't. Or maybe you do. Good for you if you do. Good for you if you do, bud. See, because I have a little bit of, we have a little bit of room, we can maneuver around in the sleeve there. Man, that was hacked. And then section this right here. I think I can get that to work. See, with the sleeve there, I can clock the bend. See, we can clock it to get it right. And then I can use this as a sight. There we go. All right. Cool. Cool. I'm gonna cut that. I'm gonna cut her, dudes. We'll section this way. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to town with the grinder here. All right, let me get safety glasses on. I'm gonna section this out here real quick. I like it. Double sleeve, knotters. Yep. You can't triple sleeve a double sleeve? I don't have a chop saw, no. It's a reciprocating saw in a vise, if you really want to know. I'm just gonna do this real quick, okay? I got safety glasses, I got everything here. Let me unplug the angle grinder. And plug in the reciprocating saw, the saw. I'm gonna get my level, just make sure I have the piece level in the vise. I know the camera isn't on it, dudes. Just drop it, whatever. It's fine. Okay, we're leveled in the vise. Yeah, just give me a second. I'm gonna do this quick. Not like quick, you know, bad. I'm just. There we go. Sorry, loud noises. Look. Hang on. There we go. It's not perfectly straight, but it's good enough. Yeah, dude. Frickin' chop saw. Get the angles right. That would eliminate a lot of guesswork here. I think that's the chop saw is on my next list of purchases. Look at that. There we go. You can't triple sleeve a double sleeve, Lloyd. You can't triple sleeve it. Lloyd. Cool. All right. There we go. I'm happy with this lopped together piece of poop. But it's our lopped together piece of poop. Okay? We did this. It's ugly, but we'll make it look nice. Man, that sleeve really eliminates a lot of the guesswork, huh, guys? It's only a rattle can away from perfection. Oh my goodness. All right, let's roll. I'm going to start tacking this piece. First areas we really need is to get this tacked up. Get this level. Get that perfectly level, right? And then I might even tack this to the jig just to get it right. Okay. Man, I'm sore. Let's get the level. Get the level. Level these. It's actually pretty good where it is, man. Stay. Yeah, I probably should have just done this in the first place. I'm gonna tack this flare, the flared piece on this side. I'm gonna tack it into position. You know, we'll just, you know, I leveled it, and I found where I want it to be for the most part with the jig. That's where its home needs to be. And then, yeah, I think I'll just give it a little zap. Just to hold it in position. Okay. I'm learning that you got to be patient with this. Got to be patient. That's very important. All right, we're welding. Get the safety squints going, chat. Gas is on. Welder's on. Any objections? Speak now. Do you have those pipe holders? 2 of those pipe holders? No. Sup, I'm gonna just give me a zap right there and a zap right there. And that's just gonna hold this in position. And then we'll just tack it. Hold on. No, I got another idea. I just need something small to hold it in position. Just a small bit of metal. Something tiny. See if I have anything in here. Nope. Nope. I don't know what the hell that's to. Whatever. Let's roll. I was thinking maybe a piece of metal to hold these 2 together to brace it. Might not be the worst idea. And that'll give me something to hold the entire thing to. This welder should not be married. There's no spark left. Up. Man. That's not funny. Okay, it's kind of funny. What happened to that pipe, the pipe clamp? Well, that's not the piece that I'm welding. That's not the piece that I'm going for. Yeah. Could be. I could hold it up with another exhaust clamp. You know what? I'm not second guessing myself. Hold on. I'm sick of doing that. This is right. This is in the right spot. And we can, yeah, bridge it. Give me 1 sec, dudes. Here, we're just gonna lay in 2 tacks, all right? Real quick. Let me get my welding gloves. Start to tack it from the bottom up. I'm not sure I've conveyed what I'm trying to do. Good. I'm just gonna zip a weld in right here, and right here. Just a little tack. That's it. On the end of the flares. So this thing doesn't move. That's it. That's all I'm doing. And then, with this thing not moving, you know what? It doesn't really matter now, does it? Hold on. Yeah, we can. Yeah, the pipe clamp will get us right. Okay, I'll zap it here. I don't know what we're gonna do with the sleeve just yet, but let's get this bend right. So, all right, dudes, here we go. Here, I'm gonna move you guys so you guys can get a little bit of a better angle. Okay. The gloves are coming on or something. All right, welding. Safety squints, boys. Got one tack. Our forces are under attack. Okay, I'm gonna lay in another tack. We gotta be careful about the heat. That was a little bit of a splatter. All right, not bad. Here, let's just test. I'm gonna check for fitment again, okay? Yeah, baby. Oh, nice. Nice. It's pretty damn level, dudes. All right. Now we got to attack the sleeve. I think I'll finish this weld first, or at least get a couple more tacks in there. Like a couple on the sides. Go from there. All right, welding. Ready? Pretty happy with that. I left a little bit too much rod on the end. I should have cut it. All right, guys, I think we'll do this. We'll get the rest of it ready. I don't know why I'm blowing on it. I have a mask on. let it on a little much. I think I'm gonna lower my feet a little bit. We're piling up a lot of weld there. Oh, that's booger welded to hell, dude. I hate this. This sucks. It doesn't feel good when you don't get this right, but that's okay. Okay, I gotta flip this thing over. Might be time for the grinder with that one. Yeah, Mab, I got you. Would you kindly eat, good sir? No, I'm gonna power through. I want to get this done. I'm gonna take the jig piece out. I don't think we need it anymore. Nah, that's probably not a good idea. I'll put a tack in on the sleeve and we'll go from there. All right, welding again. Welding again. This is just tacks though. This is some debauchery in here, but whatever. I missed. Damn it.
Might be time to eat.
Then put one more here.
Yeah, Mab, I gotta keep cutting the stick. Gotta keep cutting the sticks on this thing. You don't want it to be too far.
The grinder is going to be our friend today, fellas. Okay. Oh, it's so ass. That's so bad. I'm not happy with it. But whatever. It's okay. It's straight and that's what matters. It's so bad. I didn't take my time. I should have taken my time. But hey, whatever. You learn. Wow. Okay. I'm taking a lunch break. We'll just chill. Use the alignment clamp, yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna take the microphone off so you guys don't have to hear me chewing. I'll just put it next to me. I'm gonna eat real quick. Oh man, that was a struggle. I rode the struggle bus, not you guys. You guys had it right the whole time. I rode the struggle bus. I want to eat some raviolis here for a second. I'm gonna eat the damn raviolis. Anyway, what's new, chat? I'm making a lot of light. I don't know what that means, but all right. Can you guys hear me okay? I should be a little bit quiet. The lapel mic's a little ways away. Hey, Urban. Oh, we had a raid. That was 2 hours ago. Whoops. Oh, boy. What are you eating? Raviolis. $35,000, man. Ah, Bree, these are great. Thank you. Reading the EIS report for Starship 39A. Very interesting. Starship is going to land on drone ships or land back at the tower at the pad. Interesting. All right. What's left to do on this thing? We got to weld up that sleeve, right? We got to finish welding up that whole thing. And I know the camera's still back there. The flanges are right, and that's what matters. You fixed it. That's what counts. Yep. Delicious. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty tasty. Oh, yeah. Gotta wash it down. Ah. All right, so yeah, once we get that all figured out, we get it all welded up. Did you even chew the last half? Nah. Brimovioli. Yep. JDG, I think I might finish the rest tomorrow. Yeah. I might do the rest tomorrow, dude. Let's go play Fallout or something. I'll weld on a fresh mind there. I know what I need to do. You know? I'm supposed to get these damn earplugs back in the damn earplug box. You call this an exhaust build, but where's the welders? Where's the welder? It's behind the truck, dude. my earplugs? The welder's over there. See it? It's behind the exhaust pipe. Well, is the welder off? Yeah, I'll shut it off. I'm pretty sure. I gotta shut the gas off. I know I left the mic over here. I wasn't talking. Hey, at least it's square. Oh dear. Okay. Hey drummer, how you doing? Hey Ray, thanks for the raid, man. Square with no load on any part is good things for your brain. Yeah. Yeah, it's she's pretty square, dude. Yeah, it's not bad. I kind of want to zap the see this piece right here. Oh yeah, I left the mic. I gotta. Oh jeez. Ray, thanks for the raid, man. Holy balls. So that back piece with that bar that's connecting the two pipes, dude, on the right, that's just for anybody that's popping in, that's just a jig. That's not final.
I just did that so we could get the welds working. Oh, that sleeve makes it look so ass. Whatever. How much does learning to weld increase your respect for professional welders? Yeah, welding is like drawing, man. It's tough. Really, you have to be pretty gifted to do it. It takes a lot of practice. A lot of practice. Like, the actual process of doing it is just one small part. It's just one small bit of it. Like, getting everything lined up and cutting and measuring, that's the important part. Zapping stuff together is not too hard. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, okay. I'm putting the microphone back on. Am I back? Oh, nice. There we go. Yeah, 6 months of practice. Yeah. Gives you new respect for Ty over at Cleater's shop, making those. Yeah. Ty's good, man. Really good. Also, Ford guy. Ford! He knows. Yeah, dude, this is, it's gonna take some time. Like, I think the welds that I did over here are better than that one, but those aren't too bad. It'll work. I'm thinking let's just finish this. Yeah. Yeah, let's just finish it. I just want to finish it, and then we'll do space news or something. We'll do space news. All right, let's get going. I'm gonna finish it now. All right, lunch break's over. Let's go. Let me get my welding coat and the welder gloves. So you guys can watch my crappy welds and laugh at them, which is pretty much deserved after that debauchery. Oh, I'll cut this up and fix it one day. I'll probably make, when I get better at this someday, I'll probably just make a new Y pipe. This one sucks. I hate it. I hate it so much. All right. So I got that one figured out. I'm gonna zap this. I'll zap around as much of this as I can, and I'll zap around that as much as I can. Okay. All right. I'm gonna turn the gas and the welder back on. I got the welding gloves. Welder's on. We have pneumatic pressure. I'm just going to take my time. Check that nothing shifted lower down the pipe. Everything was tacked, JDG. We should be good, dude. Oh, it's so boogery. I'm going to make up for it with this weld. We're really going to do that one right. All right. Grounding strap is good. All right. I'm going for that right there. I'm just gonna relax. Relax, go do it. When you wanna, well, do it. Relax, don't do it. Hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me with those laser beams. Brown out. Laser beams. Brown out. Hey, all right, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's better. Relax, don't do it. When you wanna, don't do it. Down, 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 down. All right, I'm going for here. Ready? This one's gonna be a weird angle. Safety squints, chat. I only need to get to about there. Hang on, I was just making some adjustments on the helmet. Man, the helmet, the visor, this thing is going over the damn visor. I gotta make some frickin' adjustments, man. There we go. All right. Sorry, I had to Changed some things on the helmet. It was slipping off my head. That was no good. Okay, ready? Don't record, damn it. Stop it. That's boogery as hell. I'll be able to get the rest from another angle. Not bad. I'm trying not to go to put too much heat into this thing, you know, because of the way that, you know, the sleeve is. We're going again. That's why I started to get the weld under the damn sleeve there. Just gonna see if I can. There we go. Oh God, that's so ass. Whatever. It's okay. All right, this one's gonna be a little bit harder to get right up in there, but I think I got it. I'm gonna zap in a little bit right there. It's so gross. Oh, man. The thing is, I know it doesn't look right. Like, that's... I don't mind like that. That looks okay. But yeah, it's definitely something that takes practice, dudes. All right, let's short this up. That was bad. That was bad. I didn't get a good connection. Whatever. Just try to fix it. I'm just trying to seal it up tight, dudes. Yeah, that ain't the worst. I'm trying to figure out, like, how do you get it to, how do you bridge that whole thing, man? But, yeah, that ain't bad. Okay, let's flip it over to the B side. Not too bad. All right, let's zap it up in there. I'm gonna check chat real quick. It's an art, man. You're doing fine. All right. I have the heat setting pretty damn low. It's pretty low, dude. Hellfish, I turned it down a little low because I'm worried about blowing through. Set it higher? I don't know. You think so? Why? Why would setting it higher make a difference? I just gave it probably about 5 to 10 degree turn on the knob. What are you at? It's A, B, C, D. We're between B and C. This is a Lincoln 180. No, it doesn't tell volts. There's just a knob. The knob goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, Ichi, I'm getting there. You want to blow through, you want to melt the material. All right, I'll turn up the heat. All right, dudes. Yeah, I can do that. No problem. I'm halfway. It goes all the way to J. So I'm halfway between B and C. All right. There's a little gappage there, but that's okay. All right, let's get to it. I blew through. Damn it, guys. Come on. I'm turning it back down. I don't like that. Damn it. That's so ass. Oh my God. I hate it so much. I gotta like have the pool go across. Damn it! Crap! What do I do, dudes? There's way too much heat in the pipe. Look at the marks. Smaller weld, Zim? All right. All right, I'll spot it. I'll do that, Mab. That's fine. I'll try to spot over here. I bridged it. I'm trying to run the pool back and forth between the edges, dude. Oh, that's ass. It's so bad. All right, whatever. Let's just keep going. There we go. I patched it up. I'm just going to try to progressively spot it more and more, man. That was too much. I moved it around too much. Those welds are awfully rusty, dude. Am I out of gas? No way. We're out of gas. We're out of gas. That's the end of that. I was wondering, those welds are starting to come in a little rusty. Fuck. Excuse my language, sorry. All right, well, so much for that. Yep. Well, that put a pipe in that. We're done for the day. Thanks, Mab. That would explain it. Yeah. Yeah, those welds weren't. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah. Look at how rusty it is. See, it's the air ionizer. See that? I must have ran out of gas over here somewhere. Because that still seems okay, but look at all the spatter and everything. That's caca. That's bad. I gotta get more gas. I'll do that tomorrow. We don't see. Yeah. Well, I cleaned it off, but it was all rusty, dude. Just switch to flux? No. Gotta MIG weld. Gotta learn how to MIG. Crap. I gotta get a bigger gas bottle. This gas bottle's a little tiny guy. Little tiny. Yeah, nothing. No pressure. Okay. I gotta figure out. I forgot how to put that thing back together. Anyway, yeah, that's. Oh well. Good thing I noticed. Because I noticed the weld's getting all rusty, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'll figure it out, Geek. Don't worry about it. What was your gas flow set to? 30 psi, I think. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, all right, dudes. I'm running out of batteries with this thing anyway. So, I'm gonna take 15. I'm gonna go take a shower, and yeah, we'll finish the rest of the stream. Okay. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Is 30 psi too high? No idea. I don't know. I'll be back in a second. Well, let me go into the office.
Well, that sucks. Really wanted to get that done, but that's okay. This exhaust is becoming a project, you know? It's becoming a project. All right, dudes. You did good progress. It's just that I'm not happy with the progress today, man. But that's all right. That's all right. We'll come back tomorrow, fix it, make it better. I'll go down to the supply and get some more gas.
In Spain, we go 13 to 14 liters of gas per minute. I don't know how to convert that. Yeah. You're learning, and that's good. Yeah. Yup. Yup. Yeah. I think I flowed too much gas anyway. But then again, that bottle was not big. It was a small one. So can you exchange the bottles, dudes? That's what you do, right? Here's a firm handshake of empathy. Yeah, I gotta go exchange the bottle. Can we just do 7 hours of that? Holy crap. The only problem is, if I was going to go to the gas store geek, I'd need a pickup truck. Need a pickup truck to freaking go and get the freaking big bottle. The pickup truck that I'm working on. Doing a great job. Thanks, guys. And just, yeah. Yeah, take the 59. Yeah, we could. We could do that. All right, JDG. What is that, Hellfish? Sinkhole in the heart of Rome led to discovery of ancient ruins. Oh, yeah? Where was it? Dragon trunks continue to oh. The trunks are surviving re-entry. Uh-oh. You're switching back to space news. Just chatting. Yeah, okay. Just let me,